Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We are here for yet another week of CRL Opens. Today, we are in the final stretch of the CRL fall season. It will be a CRL Open 4, as you can see on the bottom of your screen there. This is the very last one for the fall semester. Then the top, I believe it is 8 teams, will get to head to the seasonal playoffs when we find out after this weekend who has the most points, because I don't know the exact standings. I forgot to look, but as of right now, there are pretty much most of the teams you would expect to be where you would expect them to be.
Yeah, and Southern Miss does have 1 point right now, so they pretty much have to win this open qual today, and then tomorrow they would have to get, if not win, they would have to get 2 finals.
Yeah, absolutely.
And
they are basically out of it unless if they get first or second, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, so we'll see. And their bracket is quite interesting.
Yeah, I'll let you read off the ranked teams on this list. For reference, Southern Miss is ranked 21, and also for extra reference, this is the @ColleagueGG ranking poll. So if you're wondering where we get these rankings, that's where we get them for Rocket League.
Mm-hmm. So for this CRL Open 4, the ranked teams on the pool are number 3 Northwood, number 17 Columbia College, number 9 Davenport Black, number 24 Shawnee State, number 11 Oklahoma Christian, and number 15 Ole Miss. So it's going to be interesting. Now, our Southern Miss squad is coming off of a qualify for NACE Premier Playoffs after they took down Radford on Wednesday 3-0. We did stream that match.
Yeah. It was was about 25 minutes.
Yes, and then they also had beat Mizzou and JMU on Monday. JMU less of a surprise as Mizzou that was the first time we've beat Mizzou. I'm pretty sure we lost to them twice.
Yeah.
One of them was in the Open, and the other time was in an actual NACE season.
Yeah, it was in the regular season. I was kind of surprised to see that even be their matchup to begin with, but they took it well. They went to Game 5 again. Every series that the Southern Miss team has against Mizzou is always going Game 5. It's a very good series every single time we get to watch them, but now we have to focus on a few different other teams. I do have the CRL standings pulled up from the fall semester. Now, you're going to have Concord at number 1. They are in first place with 31 points. You have in second place, you have Northwood, who could have guessed that one? They are 28 points. Akron in third, 22 points. Maryville 21 in fourth. West Virginia in fifth with 17. And then you're going to have St. Clair Green, Davenport, Ball State, all with 13, 11, and 10. So realistically, the only spot you're really looking at that could lead to, or that could fall out of that top 10 would be Ball State and Davenport. But you're still going to need, at least if you're Southern Miss, you're going to need 9 points just to tie them. And you're not going to have a tiebreaker there, I'd imagine. So you're probably going to need 10, 11 points just to get into that qualification spot.
Yeah, and those teams are still hunting for points today. It's not like they were like, yeah, we have a spot, let's just not do this open. They're still hunting, and Northwood is even, we see, still in this, because this technically is practice. I mean, these are teams that they're going to be playing in the upper levels. Like, they need to make tomorrow, they need to get the practice in for these playoffs, for the qualifiers. But we'll see what Southern Miss makes happening. They do have quite a long run today. Davenport Black and Northwood, the two teams that are giants right now. We will see how they do. It should be interesting.
Yeah, and looking at the bracket right now, Southern Miss did get a free win in winners round 2. They didn't play in winners round 1. They got a bye, and both the teams that were in winners round 1 DQ'd out. So Southern Miss should be getting their win here in a couple minutes, if not like a minute or two, and they will go on to play Oakland as long as they check in and are ready to get going. Now, Oakland is an interesting team. I'm used to the old Oakland with I forget what his name is. It's not T. Carroll, because I think that's Harrisburg, but there's another player on that roster that I think it was like J cubed or something like that. I don't remember, but that's not their current roster anymore. If you couldn't tell, I've been around collegiate for just a few years too many to just have these names just memorized in my head. But you're looking at the Oakland roster of Teej, Peep, and Chris. So those are all three players that are pretty solid, but they're not in the top 50, which isn't the end all be all. Of course, we saw in the CRL Open 3, Southern Miss lost to Utah Valley Black, and Utah Valley Black is in this bracket. I noticed they were in there. 2, they are an unranked team. They're just kind of hanging out, and they're winning games. They beat Southern Miss last week, not last week, the week before. We had off last week, but you got to be careful if you're Southern Miss here.
Yeah, no, 100%. You can't take any team lightly, because as we saw last week, Utah Valley Black took them out, which I guess is true for all of these top teams, as we know Southern Miss has taken down Ole Miss before, and then I don't even remember what the team name was that took down Northwood that time, and then managed
UTK.
Yeah, UTK took down Northwood and then lost to us. But man, oh man.
Which I will say that UTK rightfully got put in the top 30 after that. I think they beat more than just Northwood, so they were beating a couple teams. They got their spot. I would like to imagine they might find their way even further up, depending on what happens around here. I do see both teams have checked in, so we should be able to hop into the lobby and hop into the game here pretty soon. The winner of this series between Southern Miss and Oakland will play the winner of Loyola Marymount and UWF Ocean. I don't know either. Well, I know Loyola Marymount a little bit, but I don't know who UWF is. I will look to see if I can find what the name of this school is. Doesn't look like they have it out there, but that is a-okay. That happens sometimes. That's collegiate for you. Some people will just, or some schools will just put their abbreviation. You won't know it. Like LVC, we never knew we had to put Lebanon Valley. Like we were so used to hearing it all the time.
Yeah.
And, that turns out most people don't know a school with 1,000 students in the middle of Pennsylvania, like central Pennsylvania, that has no campus basically. So I get it.
Yeah, I'd never heard of it before you came here.
If you've heard of it, then I would have so many questions.
Yeah, I only keep up with Collegiate Rocket League, so LVC isn't quite a big name in Collegiate Rocket League. So I was kind of like, I've never heard of them, but
no, the most was like the brackets, like the CRL Opens they used to have, and then like at VWU we took GMU to Game 5 on LAN, but because they were like ranked like 12th at the time or something, but we didn't win, or Game 4. Sorry, we lost in Game 4. But outside of that, there wouldn't be much of a reason. More of a Rainbow Six Siege team, which they're having a very good season this year too. But that's besides the point. Just waiting on the teams, waiting on to get invited to the lobby and all of that sort of stuff. So we should have our series though ready to go in just a little bit. And honestly, it's looking like there's a chance UWF gets a forfeit win there, or a DQ win over Loyola Marymount, depending on what happens. Of course, they still got about 10 more minutes to check in, but there's always the case of that too. I think, did we mention the ranked teams in this bracket? Okay,
we did.
Because from what I'm seeing, so I'm trying to see if there's any other results that'd be worth mentioning, but wow, almost everything in the top in winners round 1 was a DQ win. Almost every single winners round 1 was a DQ win.
That is crazy.
I'm now looking through it. Like that is so. This is bracket, I believe, A2 or pool 2. So there are 4 pools in total. If you are unfamiliar with the CRL format, it is 4 pools of however many teams. I don't know the exact number, but it's probably a varying number between every pool.
Yeah.
There's 4 pools, and the top 2 teams in each pool, so the winner of the winners bracket and the winner of the losers bracket, both get to go to Sunday, where the top 8 face off in a double elimination bracket for all the CRL points and a little bit of money as well, I believe, for first through like does 8th. I think 8th.
I'm pretty sure 8th. I'm pretty sure you also get money for winning the Open.
Yes. Yeah, you get money for winning the Open, but I think you even get money for making Sunday at all. I could be wrong on that though. It might just be points.
But man, oh man, it should be interesting. We have a long day ahead of us. If Southern Miss want this win, they should take out Oakland, take out this next team, and then I'm pretty sure they face OC, correct?
Columbia College.
Columbia College. Yeah.
Columbia, and then it would go into Northwood, as long as pending Northwood getting that far. But
Yeah.
I would imagine they would, and that's also obviously pending Columbia getting there. Too, but I mean,
Yeah, these are just predicted.
They're predicted, but Collegiate Rocket League has been fairly predictable this year. There's been like the Sundays haven't been super predictable. Like I'm seeing like Northwood or not North. I'm like we're not consistently seeing Northwood and Maryville constantly playing in the finals, which is kind of nice. I've been enjoying seeing the teams like Davenport and
Concord.
Concord has been a huge name this year. I'm very surprised, impressed by them. I'm just surprised, honestly, that they're showing out this year. There are 3 players that I don't really know. Not that I follow Rocket League super heavily, but 3 players I've never heard of, and they're going off. I mean, they won an Open, they got second in another one, so they're another team to be looking out for. I mean, we've never seen them on our side of things for Southern Miss, but absolutely a team to be continually looking out for. There's a reason also that they are in first place right now, and they can even hold that first place. So I don't know how the seeding's going to work. I'm assuming it'll just be like normal, like 1, 8, 2, 7, 3, 6, 4, 5. That'd be my guess, but we'll have to see when we get to that point. But that will be stuff that we will not be casting unless if somehow, some way, Southern
make it
Miss
there,
manages to win the Open today.
Not that we don't have faith in our Southern Miss team. Like we know they can do it. It's just
this is a very stacked bracket.
Yeah, based on past brackets where we have been in the same bracket as Northwood, and I'm pretty sure we've lost to Ball State twice. No, Boise State we've lost to, and then then we lost to Ball State. But it should be interesting. It's not like there are Titans in this. We have Northwood and then we have Davenport Black, but our Southern Miss squad has the ability to beat both of those teams. They just have to play that heavy, demo rotation mentality that these other teams play, that boost starving demo rotation mentality that will get them these goals. And then we need them pulling out these crazy passing plays that, if y'all watch the Radford series Wednesday, we know they can do. Now, obviously Radford isn't a top team, but you still have to put those plays in a level of pro play, like these top collegiate teams have their pro players. You have to put that level of play in there because it will catch them off guard. But
so from what I'm hearing, we are just waiting on some of the Southern Miss players to get into the lobby. Once they find their way in, then we will be good to go. I think my assumption is that we have Oakland and we have some of Southern Miss, but not all of them. While you were talking a little bit there, I do see the series that we would be waiting on the other side is started, so they did not get it. Or Loyola Marymount didn't DQ. I always wonder who sets the over-unders for DQs, because the over is probably slamming today. Literally half of the bracket in just pool 2 has DQ'd.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure our Southern Miss Gold team is also in the same bracket for the second week in a row.
They are. If they DQ'd, that just shows that they're wanting everyone who has an over to make sure that they hit that line. But you never know what goes through these teams. I also find it super confusing. If you sign up for these opens, I mean, why are you DQing? I mean, I understand to an extent, but at the same time, I don't. It just throws me off sometimes. But let me take a little look here. So from what I'm seeing at the bottom, almost every single game in losers round 1 is going to be a double DQ. So that there's a whole lot of DQing. There's not a whole lot of Rocket League playing. So.
Yeah, that just means that the bracket will move a little faster for us, though.
Oh boy, I mean, it says losers round 2 is supposed to start at 12:20, and it is currently 12:32. So
yeah.
Welcome to CRL, everyone. If you aren't familiar with the CRL style, well, you're getting the perfect dose of it right here. Teams taking a very long time to start the actual game, and also just like DQs out of 90% of schools for some reason.
Yeah.
It's a good CRL weekend once again, but this is probably the last one we'll have this semester. Next semester, I believe they start in January or February. Because I think, are they doing? I forget. Are they doing winter and spring? Or
I'm pretty sure they are now doing winter and spring CRL.
I'm asking questions I could just answer by myself now that I'm thinking about it.
Yeah, I mean, I assume they would. If they're gonna have a fall CRL, why not have a winter?
Let me see what they have here in their Discord.
Or like a spring?
I know they have a spring. I don't know if they're doing a winter. I know Octane is doing like a winter thing for Apex, and that was kind of interesting to me because I'm not used to seeing like a winter bracket for many things, because you're on winter break, you go home, like you're not on campus usually, that sort of thing.
Yeah.
But I think theirs starts like late January. It's just going to be like a bit of a time crunch between stages 2 and like for stage 3 and playoffs, because playoffs are still somehow in like May. Right?
Yeah.
So works out for them. Obviously CRL is a lot different, but just in general, it's a weird case there.
It'd be weird if they did it that way, because I know they switched up RLCS, and I know RLCS is like a year thing.
Yeah.
But they still took it down from 4 majors to 2, so I don't see why they would add more stuff to CRL, because I'm pretty sure CRL is still under the guise of Psionics. Like, that's still Psionics run tournaments, right?
For RLCF?
for CRL.
Oh, for CRL, I think so.
Yeah. So I don't see why they would. I know they've changed up the format, but I don't see why they would add onto anything whenever they took away majors for Rocket League.
So it looks like they're only talking about the fall, nothing about the spring. I guess. I mean, maybe it's just spring then, or maybe it's just fall spring, and that would make sense too because then you can take your like top 4 from each side, which probably be the same top 4, but you could take like your top 4 from each side and then go that way.
Yeah.
My guess is that you also get points for placing in playoffs. It's only top 8, so like there's not going to be that many teams that have points to begin with. Like I was looking at the graphic that has like the scores, like for the points for every team. The bottom team has 2 points, so like the bottom like 3 teams actually have like 2 points. So the points like separation outside of like the first 4 are very, very close.
Yeah.
So I'm curious about how the spring side will work on it with how with how that's forming to be. Again, apologies for this delay. We are still waiting on, I'm assuming, Southern Miss players from what I've been told. I don't know where. I don't know. Are you allowed to start 2v3, 1v3? I mean, good luck if you're 1v3.
Yeah.
Whoever. I am so sorry if any of you have to 1v3. Good luck, but 2v3 and whatever. Is there rules around starting like that?
I don't believe that there is.
Because
Now,
some titles are weird.
yeah, I don't know if it's like Apex where you can start with 2 people and then have the other dude jump in.
Every match day that just happens. Like, every match day for Apex, there's at least 1 or 2 teams that start with 2 players and not 3, and I don't understand how that happens every week.
If you watched last night, SDSU had 2 players
For the first
first 3 games, and then finally got their third in there, and ended up like winning a round.
They won, or they got second, I think, in like game 5.
Yeah.
I mean, honestly,
Still
games 4 through
crazy.
4, 5, and 6 always blend together because it's already past like 11.
Yeah,
it's like
yeah.
10 p.m., 10:30 p.m., and I'm just like, wow, admin, we are not cruising through like I thought we were.
No, not at all. And it doesn't make it better when they restarted game 4 3 times.
They restarted. Yeah, that was a little weird, but I know the admins are at least super nice over there. I'll give them that. They're very good admins. They're some of the better ones that I've gotten to be around. Although NACE, I know a lot of NACE admins too. They're pretty solid at what they do. I guess I don't want to throw it to an intermission. Like I want to say intermission, but we can't because we're checked in.
Yeah.
This game has technically been going on for 13 and a half minutes. And as far as I know, they haven't started now. They could have, and we may have missed it, but I don't know.
I have no idea. Nah, I don't see why they would check in without their players there.
No, I don't. Yeah, I'm not 100% sure. But let's take a look at the rest of the bracket while we're sitting here. We have Northwood Blue taking on Dakota State. Kaiser going to be playing the winner of that match. And that's all the way at the top of the bracket. Obviously, Northwood having that 1 seed every week is going to give them that top spot and give them a nice smooth road to the winner's final. They will be taking on you'll see UC Berkeley underneath them. Actually, a big development, not big, a sizable development. Siena Heights has DQ'd. They were ranked, I think, like 33rd or something. Now, I don't think they had any points.
Yeah,
which
but
is part of it, but at the same time, that's a team I would never expect to DQ because they are actually a very good team, and they can compete with these sorts of upper echelon rosters. I'm gonna take a look here and make sure they don't have points because I don't think they do. They do not. So they don't have points, but still really weird to see them DQ out. I guess I don't know if they're DQing from the whole thing or if it's just winners that they DQ'd from. Regardless, we have Drexel. Anyways, the winner or UC Berkeley will play the winner of Drexel and Kent State. My guess is going to be on Drexel there. They're a pretty good team. Columbia College taking on Carthage. Will take on the winner of DEGA Esports and James Madison. Then you have, of course, our side where we have Southern Miss and Oakland. The winner of that playing the winner of UWF Ocean and Loyola Marymount. I'm going to take a look at the bottom side of the bracket and losers, see if there's anything interesting. I see William and Mary down there, but that's, I don't know who they played, but that's not the end of the world. Florida State, Arch Bearcats. I believe both of them DQ'd, or did Florida State play?
Florida State played. They did end up losing to Oakland.
Yeah, yeah.
I'm pretty sure
Florida
the
State will get the win
Bearcats
there.
DQ'd.
Yeah, the Bearcats did DQ, so Florida State will get the win there. I'm seeing Penn State blue. If that's the right PSU, I don't see why it wouldn't be. That's in losers. That surprises me. That is, yeah, because I see Mafia. I'm very surprised by that. I mean, maybe I've missed something. Maybe Mafia doesn't play for them right now, but that's still a decent team. I mean, I'm a bit surprised to see them fall to losers so early. But I think what we're going to do is we're just going to put on the intermission screen for just a second to check up on our players, see what's going on, and we will be back in just a couple of minutes while we figure out what we're waiting on here in winners round 2.
Yep.
All right, welcome, ladies and gentlemen. We have game number 1. We finally got everyone in the lobby. You're gonna see it'll be Oakland, Southern Miss, Coca-Cola. Southern Miss gonna be on that orange side with Oakland on the blue side of the lobby, and that will be a goal for, I think it was Zath. Melodic
Yes.
opening things up. That's wow. I mean, about 5 seconds into the game, right?
Yep, he did get that quick kickoff goal. I saw him do a little speed flip. Now, I'm interested to see how this game ends up being played out as Peep is going to play it to his corner.
Okay. That threw me off a little bit, seeing him dribble it or take it back that far, but it'll be Zath going for a shot off the backboard, not going to connect on it. Gets a good 50 mid. It's going to allow Malak to at least have a chance to dribble, but won't get very far with it. Zath gets bumped off the ball, still manages to get back to it. That's a good recovery from Zath, but it'll have to be Astro defending defensively, getting a touch, just playing around these Oakland players. Southern Miss, though, showing that they have control right here. Now going to go for a pass out mid as Astro doesn't get there. Melodic just tries to shoot, didn't have boost. Zath out for the third, and it will be another goal for Southern Miss Coca-Cola. You'll see Astro there. Doesn't get a lot of power on that. Maybe wanted a little more at least. Either way, Melodic can send it out mid to Zath, and that will be a goal. I mean, either way, that was getting scored by one of those two.
Yeah, that was. Now, I thought that Astro was going to go for a demo there on his way out. Did not go for it, which is probably what we need to be seeing, but it's okay. They still got the goal. Melodic picked it up, and Zath going to take a quick pinch there. Peep going up for the ball, trying to hit it down in front of the net. Astro gets it over one, only has TEG to beat, and is going to try and bump TEG out. Could not do it. Zath going for the ball again, getting bumped by Peep. Peep is going to hit it almost straight to Melodic. Melodic awkward flip there, and Melodic misses again. That's just an open net. Will it score? It bounces right off of the left post. That is awful for Oakland, and we will see Astro 50 the ball out. Our Southern Miss squad very low on boost, just trying to take passes and keep possession while they grab boost there. Chris misses that ball. Melodic is going to go for a chow on TEG. What beautiful aerial car control right there from Melodic. Southern Miss playing really well in this first game.
They look pretty good right now. I am noticing a lot of openings that they are giving up to Oakland, but Oakland isn't really taking advantage. They're just kind of honestly just not fast enough. This Oakland roster is clearly a little bit slower and just not as higher quality as you would see some of the other teams that Southern Miss plays. And we are seeing how fast Astro is able to play. Typically he's that defensive player, and now he's just flying at the ball. It'll be Zath getting another goal for Southern Miss. As you see there, Astro, very rarely are you going to see him that far pushed up into the blue or into the opposite half of the pitch. And honestly, I'm kind of surprised to see it, but if he's able to control that while still having defensive presence, I mean, it's not a problem.
Yeah, no, not at all. And we will see Oakland going on the attack now, blocked out by TEG. Melodic takes a touch over TEG. Peep going to try and control it, going for a little bit of an air dribble, does some crazy mechanics. A ceiling shot flip reset is wild right there, but Melodic going for it, misses, and that is almost an open. Astro just barely missing the net. TEG is going to hit it out to Chris. Chris taking a touch around to Melodic. Melodic only 50 boost to work with, got it over one, but Chris Nat is going to send it out. Zath going for a psycho. Melodic hitting it out of the way. He's going to play it slow. Peep is going to try and beat him. Astro takes quick shot right into the center of the net, and that is 4-0 for Southern Miss.
I'm a little confused on the play from Tag here. You can see they were turned around. It's just they didn't end up jumping for the ball. Maybe didn't see it. It just kind of confused me for a second. Maybe thought there's more time to get back to the net. But regardless, that'll be a fourth goal for Southern Miss, and they should realistically take game number one here. You're gonna see that one float mid. It'll be Astro, has a couple teammates out in the midfield, and as Astro just trying to get out of the way there, doesn't have a reason to continue pushing the ball, especially when it's just getting thrown right to you. Nat, a little careless there on the possession, hands it over to Southern Miss. Now Astro just going to start clearing the way. You can see he's going for the bumps, I believe, on the backboard. Does at least get something, and now is in position to send it over to Melodic. Has a lot of boost, has control. I've seen this play a million times over, and it's a goal every single damn time, as you'll see it 5-0 Southern Miss.
Yeah, I mean, you could just see it was coming. TEG went for the high chow, and Melodic went low, getting that pinch off the ground to put that ball in. It's an easy slot. You know, whenever the player has the nose of his car up in the air, there's no coming back from that. I mean, you got to play it smart.
What a bump there from Melodic too. I think Astro is the one who gets credit for the shot. I saw Melodic get like a really awkward bump onto one of the defensive players, and that's an an own goal. Although Astro, I think, was scoring that regardless. But it might count as an own goal, I think, because it hits off the roof of one of the Oakland players.
He was not scoring that. He was not scoring that. Yeah, that was gonna
okay.
hit
It looked
right
a little
post.
bit. It looked a little more
From the
on than what it
angle.
actually was. Yeah. But regardless, that'll be a sixth goal for Southern Miss. There's only 35 on the clock, so they're going to take game number one pretty handily here. We'll see what Oakland is able to do in game two. I would like to see them be a bit more careful with the ball. I want them to hold possessions. Right now, they're struggling to find each other in the passing lanes, and they're also just struggling to have the ball at all. They're getting a lot of huge touches, and they're not really focusing on getting control. They're more so just trying to get it downfield, and that's not really going to work against a team like Southern Miss, who has a lot of defensive presence. And when they don't, it doesn't even matter sometimes because of how fast they are offensively and what they're able to do on your half of the field. Now, with just 0 seconds on the clock, we're going to have to wait for this one to hit the ground, and Astro gonna try and send it there, puts it to the corner. There is Zath looking maybe for a seventh goal, as it won't connect. Nice one from Zath, I guess, as Orange, you see there, Southern Miss taking game number one, 6-0.
Yeah, I mean, great plays from our Southern Miss squad. I've got really nothing to say. Even goals across the board with Melodic and Astro ending up at the same exact score, something you don't see very often. Same exact score, same exact shots.
And goals.
And goals. The only differential is their assists and saves, which is crazy to me. But wow, I mean, Zath also having 2 goals with 3 shots. Just great plays out of that team.
Yeah, Southern Miss just showing up in game one. That's what they need to do here. They need to take care of business early on. As long as they're able to do that, they can make it happen. They can get that deep bracket run. They're going to have a gauntlet ahead of them. So they need to get these later games out of the way early, and they need to make sure they are winning them convincingly, because that's what's going to give them the momentum as they go further into these tougher matches, like your Northwoods, like your Davenports, like your Oakland, or sorry, not your Oaklands, like your Columbias, that sort of thing.
No, 100%. I'm excited to see what Oakland does end up pulling out here. It's more of a challenging issue from them. They're really not challenging these balls off Southern Miss that allows them to just get these easy shots. We've seen TEG kind of sit back thinking that they were going to make a mistake and shoot at the goal a little bit slower, but that's just not really the mindset you can be having, especially whenever you're playing a team like Southern Miss, because if you give them any opportunity to shoot the ball, you best know it is on target, as Zath goes for an easy goal, a little set up by Melodic. Melodic wanted the double tap, unable to get it, but it is okay as Zath just hits a little pop into that net and makes it 1-0 for Southern Miss.
Proving your point as you're talking about it right there. Southern Miss, Zath will connect, and now you're going to see them go for another, as it will be off target, hits the side. It would have hit the side of the backboard regardless there. Another shot though comes out from Tag. I'm going to put another one in the midfield. That got a little dangerous. Something I wanted to talk about a little bit here is how Southern Miss plays offensively. I mean, you can see they're triple committed right here and almost scoring a goal. This is something they tend to do against even the higher echelon teams, like we've talked about before. But the main difference is that you're realistically only going to see 2 of them most of the time. You're not going to see those types of triple commits. But even so, that's really like, it's kind of a double-edged sword for them, because you'll see there again another goal. This one coming in from Astro, not something you see every day. He will find the second for Southern Miss here. Ran out of boost mid-play, and Zath, I think he got peeped to jump. I'm not really sure, but you can kind of tell they're having some fun with this series here. But with the way that they play offense against those top-level teams, especially if they're just really strong defensive rosters, they get a little bit more flustered offensively. They have a lot of passes in their bag. They have a lot of individual plays in their bag too. Right here, you're seeing Astro make another one, but decides to go for the back boost after that second touch. And it kind of costs them sometimes, but at the same time, they can also beat these upper-level teams solely because they are so aggressive on offense.
Yeah, and we will see What a weird wave dash from Peep.
Great control there from Peep. Look at the way he holds his car, just like immediately stopping midair and somehow not spinning out there.
Wow. That is the weirdest thing I've ever seen.
I think Melodic's having audio issues. I think that's why we're seeing party chat. Obviously, we don't hear him on stream, but I think that's partially what one of the issues may have been right there.
Yeah, but we'll see what happens. It is 2-1 as Peep manages to slot in a goal from a beautiful ground play. I mean,
Honestly, that looked pretty good.
Caught all of our Southern Miss players off guard. I'm pretty sure they thought he was just going to slam it, but he takes control, which is what we need to see. We need to see them kind of slow this down as Peep is...
We said slow it down. We didn't mean that much, but you're going to see Zath going to be taking this one out, gets a demo. That's an open net. Astro should score this one, and there it is. Actually, no, Melodic saves it as Zath is awaiting his teammates to rotate back to make sure that they have control of this game, and it looks like they do. Is Melodic just going to dribble it over top anyways? Not shenanigans.
Yeah. Melodic definitely saved that ball.
No, there's no question about that. That was, yeah, absolutely.
That was the most open net I've ever seen. Now obviously Melodic able to pick it up, but
they just want us to be incorrect. I'm convinced they just want us to be wrong.
I feel like
By any means necessary, we need to be wrong. That's what that play was right there.
Yep. And what are you gonna? I'm pretty sure that's just in. Oh, Chris, that's also just in the middle of the net. They double committed and pinched it right into the middle of the net.
Now Melodic, look at the dribbling, had 100 boost, just taking advantage of it. Tried to bait out the flip reset. Chris does read it though. Peep is just in the air as Melodic is once again in the sky, off the ceiling, off the wall. He's going to send it all the way home into the back of the Oakland net. The Golden Bears are not having a great time here against the Golden Eagles. You'll see a 4-1 scoreline, only a minute 52. This is looking like it'll be a winners round 2 victory for Southern Miss.
Yeah, that was a nasty ceiling shot there from Melodic. You don't see that every day. As simple as it may have looked, to have the boost control to put your car up on the ceiling, land, have the traction of your wheels catch, and then still have enough car control to get back to that ball to slot it in is just amazing. As we see Chris going up for a flip reset, Teg tries to take it out. We'll see Astro and Zath kind of making a passing play to each other as Southern Miss is going for bumps, demos, don't know what is happening. Zath kind of doing some wall dashes, not able to pick anything up, or I'm honestly...
That might, I thought that was an own goal. Melodic, gonna go for a little bit of style. They don't necessarily need the goal, so I understand going for some style points. Not gonna connect on that one. Peep though, trying to get something, had no boost, so just gonna get demoed by Zath. Melodic still controlling. He is just doing a great job of wasting time at this point. Knows when he has 100 boost, he can just kind of hold on to the ball and keep it going. And now we're seeing them just sort of toss it around. I wonder if he'll go for a shot here. Almost has the third touch. If he gets that third touch, that might just be in. Zath now off the backboard. Look at Astro with that angle. Not going to connect. Everything is just a style shot right now. It won't be connecting though. You're going to see another pass up field for Oakland, but it's going to be too little too late at this point as Zath, I'm not sure how that goes straight like that, but it's just a bunch of chaos right now as we close out the series. It'll be a 2-0 victory for Southern Miss. They will go on to play Loyola Marymount, and if they win that, they are going to face the winner of Columbia College and JMU.
That is an own goal from Zath.
I missed it.
I don't think he definitely didn't mean to. Astro did get a nice little clear out there. I think he was trying to hit it.
Oh yeah. He got caught in the rotation.
Yeah, which is unfortunate, but I will say I've been watching a bunch of the RLCS clips specifically from Space Station, but man, watching the level of play that you see in pro leagues and the shots that they go for, and then Southern Miss able to recreate those same exact shots.
Yeah, and I mean, good series from Southern Miss, but that is one of what could be many for today. They absolutely need to make sure they're staying on top of their game like they were here, at least in game number 1. Game number 2 was a little goofier, but they managed to make it work regardless. They will head on to play Loyola Marymount, and that series with Columbia College and James Madison is not quite started yet, so it's looking like we won't have to worry too terribly much about the waiting periods between these games.
Yes, now that is until we end up getting to whenever we face Columbia College. If we lose that, we will have a little bit of a waiting, probably 30 minutes.
Yeah, maybe. Depending
and,
on like if we win that game, if Southern Miss wins that game or not. That's really what's going to be dependent. If you get put in that losers bracket after winners round like 2 or 3, you are just waiting for like an hour. There's no ifs, ands, or buts. You just are. You don't get a choice.
Yeah, which is unfortunate, but hey, it gives them kind of a break. You know, they're not playing back to back matches, and if you play any sports game, you know you definitely need to take a little bit of a step back sometimes.
Absolutely.
Winning or losing. So
that may be a world record for a best of 3. It was 35 minutes long. That is quite impressive. Now, obviously, again, like we said before, it looks like we were just having some issues, whether it was PC, whether it was audio, whether it was mic, whether it was a bunch of different factors for Southern Miss. So that's why it took so long. It's not that they were stalling. That's you wouldn't stall again like that. That makes no sense. These brackets take long enough. Stalling is not worth anyone's time of day.
Yeah.
So they have now advanced the round. Columbia College James Madison has officially started, at least on the Start GG bracket. So we'll see what they're going to get up to. On the other side of things, with the Northwood part of the bracket, they're currently probably wrapping up their series here with Kaiser. I don't know which Kaiser campus that is. There's, I think, 4 different Kaiser campuses that all have esports, and they all play their own teams. So there's Sarasota, Pembroke Pines, the normal Kaiser, and the normal just Kaiser University. And then I think they have there's another one I'm missing. They're all Florida, but they are, one of their schools is playing Northwood. I think that's like the just standard Kaiser, that or at Sarasota. Those are usually the only two that just put Kaiser. Otherwise you would put like KUPP and stuff like that.
Yeah.
They are also going to await the winner of UC Berkeley Gold and Drexel. So we'll have to keep our eyes peeled for that one as long as Southern Miss is able to beat Loyola Marymount and then take down Columbia. But I expect them to take down Loyola Marymount. Columbia College is a different beast.
Yeah.
That is a match I want to see, because that should be probably a game 3 if I were to think where we would have one, as Columbia College currently sitting at 17th in the polls, USF sitting at 21st. Pretty even matchup.
It should be a pretty even matchup, yeah. Now, while we have this little bit of downtime before this next match starts, how is our Southern Miss Gold team doing? Because they are, in fact, in this bracket. Also, I'm pretty sure if they did win their first match, they had to play St. Clair Academy, which has been a tough matchup for them.
You're not going to like the result.
Oh.
They DQ'd out.
Did they?
Yeah. They DQ'd out, unfortunately.
Man.
That's unfortunate. Unfortunate?
Unfortunate? Is that a new
Wow,
word?
that is a new word. I'm writing my own dictionary every day. I don't know where the second part of that word came from.
Yeah.
I was thinking of something, but I couldn't even tell you what. I just added like 3 extra letters to a word that didn't need it. So looking at the losers bracket right now, they are currently in losers round 3. The loser of this match, I believe, goes down to losers round 5. So there's going to be a bit of a waiting period, even if you lose now, So just, I guess these teams need to at least be open to that. If you lose in this current round that we're in winners, you will go down to lose round 5. If you lose in the next round, you will go down to losers round 7, which is technically scheduled to start at 2 p.m., but it's 1 p.m. and we are at the rounds that are supposed to start at 12:20. So
Yeah, there's no way.
I would love to know where they get these times from. Like, what are they expecting out of these teams? Like, I mean, to be fair, you can't expect half the brackets to DQ every single week.
Yeah.
Like, that is also a big problem. Not problem, but that's kind of why you're seeing so much of it, end up being the way it is. And taking a look, though, at some other teams in this bracket from what I'm seeing, I don't see anyone too crazy in lowers at the moment. It feels more expected than what would be normal, or than what we've seen. Because we've seen a couple of teams end up in losers, and I'm like, how? Who did you lose to? Like, who would you have lost to get down there? We're not seeing that just yet, and maybe it'll be a winners quarterfinal type thing, as Northwood Blue has taken a 2 over Kaiser University, and actually the games were closer than I expected. 4-1, 5-2, not too bad.
Yeah, not too terrible.
If you're Kaiser, you take that.
Yeah. I mean, score a goal in the first game, score 2 in the second. That's pretty good.
Yeah, absolutely. It looks like Loyola has now checked in, so we have, I think, I'm so sorry, I'm gonna butcher this. I know it's incorrect. I want to say they're the Greyhounds off the top of my head. I just distinctly remember I'm probably thinking of the same logos like the Greyhound buses, but like something similar to that.
Yeah.
I could be wrong though. That might be. I'm probably thinking of a different school, but that's what I'm pretty sure their mascot is.
Yeah, do not. The only Greyhounds I know are, like you said, the buses, and then a big school down on the coast called Ocean Springs. But that's
It's Lion. That's what it is.
Loyola Lions.
Yeah, the Lions. So apologies for that. And it kind of. It's definitely a different school than what I was thinking of. I think I was thinking of a PA school that is, you know what it was? I was thinking of Moravian. They're like a northern PA college. I don't even think they have youth sports, but I had toured there for football when I was in high school. I don't know why Loyola Marymount and Moravian were
Yeah, that's
the
so
same
weird.
thought. I know, like
They're not even the same name. Yeah,
and
not
also,
close at all.
it turns out Loyola Marymount, if I read that right, is in California. So like, it's actually
it's not-
no correlation at all. So I apologize for getting that. I mean, partially, or not. I was going to say wildly incorrect, but really it's not wildly. It's just like,
It's just, yeah.
relatively. It's still kind of close.
Same
but
nation.
yeah, they're in the same country, which is quite impressive. It wasn't one of the Canadian schools. So let me see where we're at outside of the Northwood side, part of that bracket, though. I did see also the both teams that checked in for Southern Miss Loyola, so we'll hopefully see them pretty soon. I don't know how soon, but hopefully we don't have too many issues like we did with the previous series, but we'll have to find out while we're still awaiting that to go down. I see Shawnee State is awaiting the winner of St. Clair Academy and RIT Orange. That could be a pretty good game. Shawnee State is at 24. I'm pretty sure St. Clair is only just outside. They're like 35, I think.
Yeah, that's interesting.
And that St. Clair Academy team is probably the second best academy team in Collegiate Rocket League. Davenport's. I think Davenport Red is better, but not by a
Davenport
lot.
Red is.
But
yeah.
still, I mean, the fact that we're having academy teams be this competitive is insane to me.
Yeah, no, it's crazy to think about that an academy team can be that good. But I mean, it's not wildly out there. It's just who you have on your team and how they work together, not necessarily your rank.
Yeah, and also if you come from the traditional sports world and you're like, how can a JV team be better than a varsity team? And it's a little different. Collegiate esports is a lot different. I should say.
Yeah.
Like the way in which players are brought into schools and stuff like that is really unique. Collegiate esports is just a really wild space, to be honest. I mean, the fact that there's so many opportunities for academy teams to be like to beat varsity teams is insane to me. Like, and to be fair too, you could say like a Division 1 JV team could probably beat a Division 3 varsity football team. Like you can make that argument, but here it's something that's just a lot more commonplace, and it's not. It's just unique to collegiate.
It's not like
Or to
whoa,
esports,
what?
I should say.
It's kind of like did
makes
not
sense.
expect that.
Yeah, and if
but
you see when you see the certain school names, like you see a St. Clair or like a Northwood Academy, and you're like, okay, that's probably the quality of most schools' varsity rosters, just because the nature of like how good they are at recruiting, what they're able to bring in facility-wise, that sort of thing. So
yeah, but you know, we will eventually get into this game.
Other matches I'm seeing through winners, Oklahoma Christian is taking on East Tennessee State. Wichita State ended up falling to East Tennessee State. It's a lot of states. It might be more so than the Pac-12 or the state conference at this point. As we also see Ole Miss taking on the winner of OC and East Tennessee. They will be playing Texas A&M first, though. Is that Texas A&M Maroon, or is it? I'm assuming this is Texas A&M Maroon. It's a very long name. It just doesn't. No, this is Texas. So this is Texas A&M Black. So that's their second team. They are playing Ole Miss right now. Ole Miss ranked
15?
believe yes, yeah, 15th overall. So another like this pool is just stacked. There are so many good teams in this pool.
Yeah, which is unfortunate for our Southern Miss team, but they were gonna have to play stacked teams anyway. Let's be honest.
Yeah, Northwood's been in their bracket every single open, so that's just kind of expected at this point.
Yeah, so they're gonna have to play. Whether they were in, I'm pretty sure A1. One of the other pools had Concord. Another pool more than likely had Maryville, and then the next pool more than likely had the number 4th team. But they were gonna have to play stacked teams regardless of
Yeah, absolutely.
what pool they were in. It's just, it's crazy to think about that they keep getting Northwood.
I know. I find it really weird that they've gotten Northwood every single time. Not that there's anything about that. It just means that's how the seeding lined up, and the seeding lined up perfectly for them to get Northwood every single week, which it happens. It makes sense, but it doesn't at the same time. But that's just the nature of how these CRL Opens are handled, rather than as opposed to what we see from like the previous format. So I do see Drexel has 2-0 UC Berkeley Gold, so they will take on Northwood in the winners quarterfinal, and whoever wins that game might be waiting for a little bit of a decent bit of time, as Columbia College, JMU, and Southern Miss Loyola Marymount still are waiting scores to be posted, and of course we are awaiting the start of the series to begin with. But looking at it looks like there's even a chance that East Tennessee State doesn't play, but they just are taking a little bit of time there, I guess, to get ready on up. In the losers bracket, we're not seeing anything out of the ordinary just yet. At least not that I notice. Wichita State looks like that will be moving over to losers round 4. Also, UVU Black, they are still in this bracket, at least at the current moment. They are taking on Florida State. They are in the lowers. The only reason I really mention them is because they end up beating Southern Miss in CRL Open 3 to send Southern Miss to losers, which is a really weird series. I'm still like, I watched it back, I think once, and I'm still like, what happened here?
I don't know. I don't even remember that series. It was.
I like very vaguely remember it. It's not super vivid in my mind.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that was the night. No, that wasn't the night that I stayed up all night playing Black Ops 6. That was last
No, because Black Ops 6
Saturday.
wasn't released that.
Yeah, that was last Saturday. But something weird was going on, and that was just kind of like stunning to think about.
Oh, In Pool 1, I believe, yeah, Pool 1, we have, I don't think it's an upset, but we had a bang-out series. Stockton, Harrisburg, both top 15 teams. Stockton, 2-0 over Harrisburg. I would have expected Harrisburg to win that one. And it's reported as 1-0-1-0. There's a chance that wasn't the scores, but there's also a chance, honestly, that that probably was the scores, because those are two very, very well-matched teams. So we will see Harrisburg in the losers bracket. That is not ideal for them, because they are a team that needs to continue getting points. I believe they're one of the few that is on the cusp, I believe, of making the overall playoffs. In fact, I don't even see Harrisburg on the top 16, so I guess they only have 1 point, or they might have 2.
Yeah. It's crazy.
But that's like the only one, at least in Pool 1. Outside of that, you're going to still see, you're seeing Concord. They are in winners round 4, awaiting NIU and MTSU. Nothing too out of the ordinary there. Ball State playing Delaware right now. Boise State playing IU curling team. I hope that's not actually a curling team that just happens to play Rocket League. I'd have a lot of questions for Robert Morris. As Fisher Navy taking on UAH White. Akron taking on Davenport. We have Davenport Black in our pool, correct?
Yes.
So that's probably Davenport Red. The other very good Davenport team taking on Akron. I would expect Akron. Man, this bracket's also really stacked.
Yeah.
What is happening? These pools 1 and 2 are just full of heavy hitters. I'm curious now to see what the other pools are, because that's insane. That the top 2 pools are just the brutal runs for anyone involved. Oh, that's a different Akron. This is Akron Blue. Akron Blue, is that their main team, or is Akron Blue their second team?
I thought Akron Blue was their main team.
I think it is. So that may have been Akron Academy. I didn't click into it, so I didn't see, but that may have been Akron Academy. Actually, yeah, it definitely was, because this Akron is on the top of the bracket. The other one was at the bottom.
Yeah.
And Akron has a top seed, so this is the Akron main. They are awaiting the winner of Iowa State and Missouri State, while you have UDM playing Colorado Boulder, I believe. That's CU main, so yeah, I'm pretty sure it's Colorado. And you'll have Mizzou currently in winners round 3. They are taking on UCSC Gold. They will play Kansas if they are able to pull that one out there. That will be a team to keep your eyes on. Also BPC, another team to keep your eyes out on, as they are taking on North Texas B in winners round 4. They will play the winner of Kansas and probably Mizzou. That Mizzou team likely would get to that. Oh, it sounds like we are in game, so we just need to hop on over to the match screen, and we will be in game number 1, I'd assume. We are in game 2. What is the series score?
Southern Miss is just 1-1.
Okay, so we are in game 2. It is Southern Miss 1-0 in the series, and it's going to be a wild pinch from, is that named Pufferfish Guy? It is Pufferfish Guy. It's Killer Moth and Double too. It was a wild pinch, but it's going to be Double going for the save. Killer Moth now getting swatted away by Zath. We'll see if Pufferfish is able to make something happen. No, though we know how deadly those animals can be. If you get too close to them, when they get scared, they are devious animals. As you'll see, a pass out to Killer Moth. You're not going to get anything here.
Yeah.
Doesn't look like we're seeing anything too crazy. And I believe, if I heard that correctly, game 1 was 2-1.
Yes, game 1 was 2-1 Southern Miss. So it was a very close matchup, and obviously we didn't see that game happening, but we did hear about it. So 2-1 should have been a close match, and from what I'm seeing right now, it definitely was. This team absolutely putting it to Southern Miss. Just, yep, slotted right in. Killer Moth. It goes right over Zath's head, right into the goal. Astro, a little bit of a pass right in there.
professor of physics, and you're seeing his control of the physics of his car right there. Maybe even has a PhD as Melodic tries to dribble, but it's stolen by Zath, and this is okay. It's just a goal. I was gonna say something, and then it doesn't even matter. I was gonna say I have a bit of concerns if that's the play we're going for, but Astro is he's just there.
I did not expect that to go in. That ball was dropping very slow, but Astro slotted it in to tie it up. Now we have seen Melodic and Zath go for double commits, as there is another double commit, one from Astro, another double commit. Melodic and Astro both want this ball. However, Melodic, the only one able to hit it. Astro goes for a low 50. Killer Moth is just going to hit it up. Melodic jumps, hits it down, beats double. Astro zero boost, just kind of goes for a dry chow. Zath is going to take another 50. Melodic goes up for it off ceiling, couldn't take a touch. Southern Miss still on this offensive pressure. Pufferfish guy manages to demo Zath, but they are just trying to look for anything, and double loses the ball. A double commit there again. And we'll see Melodic go up for it, try and hit a flip reset, gets over one, but no goal line in sight, as Melodic is going to take the ball again, and it is hit straight up. Now, Southern Miss definitely playing this offensive pressure really good, and we'll see Pufferfish guy go for a demo, which almost ends up working out for them, but Zath able to make that goal line save as he's going for a double touch, unable to get it as he ran out of boost. Melodic is going to go up for a flip reset, gets one, gets it over another, and no one able to get there. Don't know what Astro was doing on the backboard, but we will see Zath take a touch up. Melodic almost getting beat out by double, but continues with the ball pressure, is going to pass it to Astro. Astro unable, in a bit of an awkward position, but we will see them still take control of this ball. It is looking to be a pretty good game so far.
I'm seeing a lot of ideas that Southern Miss has, and I'm seeing what they're looking for, but the problem is they're not executing quite well enough. I mean, we heard that from Brian Dabble of the Giants on the 2-point conversion play, where 5 linemen decided not to block at all, and you're seeing something kind of similar, but a little bit less drastic of a problem here. It's just, Southern Miss just needs to be more careful. I mean, look at that, another shot from Killer Moth, looking to deal the killing blow to Southern Miss in game number 2. Pufferfish guy, flick over the top, not going to connect. Astro now has the chance to go downfield. It's going to be Pufferfish guy, at least on the back end, but Southern Miss need to be careful here. I'm seeing a lot of, I don't want to say confusion, as that's just, I mean, Pufferfish guy putting it all out there, just driving forward the car, or the ball just kind of hits his car. That might be the most unintentional goal I've ever seen. Now, to be fair, he probably knew it was coming his way, but that just looks like he drove and the ball managed to find him rather than he found the ball.
Yeah, I think Zath was trying to hit it back to the corner and ended up pinching it with double to hit it right into Pufferfish guy, and it will put LMU above the game with a 2-1 goal line, and Southern Miss only has 45 seconds left to score a goal, so they're gonna have to make something happen. Now, we have seen the entire LMU squad
Professor of physics for a reason. Killer Moth, good dribble. I mean, Zath does get there. It just ends up being a pinch. Is that half a second too late, or is that just, I think that's more of just unlucky timing. There's nothing you can really do there if you're Zath. I mean, he makes the right play. It's just the pinch ends up going into the back of his own net. I see another pass coming through. It just barely gets touched by Killer Moth. I want to see Southern Miss take a deep breath here. I mean, I think we're seeing it. They're kind of just throwing themselves at the ball at times, and we saw how composed they were last series, at least in game 1. And right now, they're just kind of throwing themselves upfield to throw themselves upfield. Like, good pass there from Melodic. Not going to be able to get anything out of it, though. Astro will be there, but gets blocked. Zath now sending it back mid, as this will be game number 2 for Loyola Marymount. Zath again up, just looking to probably hit this one into the ground. Actually, no, they will look to keep it upfield. I don't know if Astro will get there. He won't. And even so, the goal would not have mattered. They still would have lost game 2. But we have ourselves the first game 3 of the day.
Wow. I don't even know what to say. From what I saw, there was a bunch of demos off by LMU, which put them in a amazing position, which is sort of something that Southern Miss needs to start taking advantage of. Is these demos, they need to start giving demos back. Now, sometimes it doesn't really work out because we'll see Southern Miss is 0 boost, and whenever you're demoed, yes, you do have like a 3-second respawn time, but you also respawn with 33 boost. So you do respawn with boost in the tank. It's not always the best choice, but we're gonna have to see them start pulling out demos, hit these passing plays. It's just, pufferfish guy got tactical whiffer, but so far we haven't seen any whiffs from him.
I mean, they look good here in game 2. Unfortunately, we missed game 1, but regardless, we are seeing game 3 load on up. As I think a couple players on both sides accidentally went to the wrong team, but we didn't have to worry too much about that. We'll see what Southern Miss is able to adjust for here. Astro will be the first one with possession. Good work from Pufferfish guy to contest. Actually, he didn't contest like I thought he did. I thought he got a bump, but he didn't. So that's going to allow Zath to get to the backboard. Shot not going to be into the net. It's going to be just a bit far off. It ends up rolling in front as the ball will float mid for Southern Miss. Now Astro is there, but not going to get anything. Melodic now with boost, trying to get it to the backboard. Gets contested. Good work from whoever that was, but Melodic has a lot of good ideas here. They just need to be able to convert on them. Astro gets credit for a shot there, as now Melodic will again carry it upfield, looking for a final touch. Not there. Rotating back, it's now Astro. Good touch. It's a good 50, but not really going to get anything out of it, as Pufferfish guy not contesting the way I thought he was going to. Melodic just a bit faster. Zath, that's a very good 50. But for right now, it's just going to be ball continuously on that blue half, but no real opportunities out here for Southern Miss, except for maybe there. Zath will get credit for a shot, but I think it was Astro who came flying in there.
Yeah, now we'll see from Loyola the type of plays that I was talking about, that demo rotation where whenever you miss, you go straight for a demo on one of the Southern Miss players to try and take them out. Yes, that takes you out, but that also gets a player off the field, and we're seeing that executed really well. And sometimes you'll see double going for a goal or going for a demo. Whether he hits it or not doesn't matter, because it throws the Southern Miss rotation off, and it's just not something that they're very used to, especially playing against this team. But they're gonna have to do something, as I'm pretty sure Astro threw himself at that Loyola player trying to get a demo, but we just keep seeing Loyola picking up these demos, and it is crucial for the game right now. That is the reason that the goal line is 0-0, because they are playing this smarter. That is a double tap, probably for Melodic. We will see. Oh my gosh, so close.
Zath, I thought, missed that, but it will connect, barely getting through. Regardless, it'll still be a 1 on the scoreboard. Double not in a great position to save that, and Melodic gave them the opportunity, and it will be a Zath goal, capitalizing on that situation there. Something I've noticed a lot is, as we get a kickoff goal from Melodic, he's just faster on that play. Now 2-0, they may have just solidified themselves. I don't want to say that too early, though. But that is a very, very good lead to have. Something I have noticed today as a whole is Astro very aggressive today. Normally he's that third man. He's sitting back pretty far, and he's very good defensively, but maybe just trying to open up the offensive game for Southern Miss, as they kind of need to have more opportunities to score. I've seen their stats. I keep their stats. I know their goal to shot ratio is not great, so maybe just trying to find better opportunities rather than just having a lot of opportunities. Maybe the idea behind that change in play style.
Yes, but we will see Astro playing this more aggressive mindset. You can definitely tell that there are a bunch of more double commits by them, which is costing them a lot. We will see Loyola off of a double commit just go for a bit of an offensive play. We'll see Melodic get a bump. Is that net just opened? And it is. That is what we need to be seeing from them. Melodic gets the bump. Zath does take a demo on double, which opens the net up for our Southern Miss squad, and that they take a 3-0 lead. They are looking to end off this game so that they can go into this next match.
Yeah, absolutely. They look really good now. They have finally adjusted. As you're going to see a pass, and Zath slams it off the crossbar. Cody Parkey might still. I don't think his first name is Cody. I'm sorry if I messed that up, but I know the last name was correct. Still has some ghosts around, and you're seeing the bearing of that there. Melodic reset, dribbles down through, no boost, doesn't need it. We'll see you next series. That might be the dagger right there, just outrunning double, putting Puffer all the way to mid-map out of the axles, and just faster than the third player. Fourth goal on the board for Southern Miss. Melodic doing it himself.
That is nasty. Zero boost, getting over one. Puffer zero boost, tries to jump for it. He gets over the other, and Killer Moth having 100, but just unable to make the read to save it. I mean,
and that's almost another goal, but great save by double. Almost great shot, to be honest. That redirect was kind of crazy, and even crazier that it doesn't go in.
Yeah.
We'll head out left. Astro has his teammates in the midfield, but it's his own teammates still hitting it back to him into the backboard. It'll be Killer Moth, the only player in position. Not going to get there. Hits the crossbar again. Is anyone there? No. Double with another save. Pufferfish guy will get a demo onto Zath, but Melodic looking for Astro. Actually may just be looking for himself, and Astro will get credit for the goal. Someone was scoring. I didn't know who, but eventually someone from Southern Miss was scoring that ball.
Oh my gosh. I don't think Melodic might have had that if Astro left it.
Did.
But goodness. To see him position his car and get that slip reset off of the sidewall or off of the backboard, almost able to slot it in again, is crazy. Astro getting bumped off by Killer Moth, but don't know how much that is going to do, as it is 5-0. And there are only 20 seconds left. Seems as if every team is just wasting time. We'll see Loyola going for a quick goal, blocked out by Melodic. Zath is going. They're both up. Both of them are up. Pass to Astro. Astro tried to pre-flip that. Do not know what Melodic is going for. Tries to get the dunk, and Loyola could not score.
They had an opportunity to at least get one on the board at the end of the game there, but unfortunately they will not. So we will see them head down to the losers bracket. Way more than what I expected out of that. That should not have been a 3-game series, but especially in game 2, we kind of saw what likely led to that. And I'm actually seeing also some updates. Northwood has made it to the winter semifinal. They 2-0'd Drexel. They 2-0'd Kaiser. Columbia College 2-0'd James Madison. So we will have that wow, I can't read. We will have that Columbia College Southern Miss series as JMU is actually the team that Southern Miss ended up playing in round 2 of the LCQ in the NACE playoffs, and they ended up 3-0ing.
Yeah.
It was a very quick series.
I do remember that. Could you check the score on that if they even reported the correct scores?
Columbia College,
yes.
James Madison. Yeah, it says 10-10, which to be fair, I don't think that's what it was. Possibly, I doubt that. I think that probably was a little more lopsided, but who knows?
Yeah, but it should be an interesting matchup. I'm curious to see how Southern Miss manages to play this, because just based off of that game number 2, they were struggling to deal with the demos that they were getting put on them. But in game 3, we saw them not only deal with the demos, but put some on their own, which really pushed them over the top and let them score those 5 goals.
Yeah, absolutely. And from what I'm seeing, we're not going to be the only ones streaming this match. In fact, we're going to get Taco Squared. I see the Danger Taco is going to be also pulling this one up on stream. From at least from what Start GG says, that could be lying to me, but you never know.
Yeah.
But from what if that's correct, we get 2 streams for this game. I don't know if this is the series I want to have 2 streams for, but Northwood also is not playing right now, so it's probably helpful anyways. And also, I don't really know what else is going on. Shawnee State Sinclair Academy, I believe that is. That's could be a decent game. We're seeing Davenport probably going to win their game over Burros Blancos. I'm not sure what school that is exactly. Also, Ole Miss will be taking on OC. Both of their series ended up 2-0 for both OC and Ole Miss. They won 2-0 in their winners round 4. Is that winners round 4? Yeah, and the winners quarterfinal. So they will be taking each other on there for a spot against either Shawnee State, who beat Sinclair Academy 2-1, or probably Davenport Black.
Yeah, and we're finally getting into the gum in the center of this Tootsie Pop, but with all the big teams, so it should get really interesting really fast, but we will see how it goes. Just waiting to get into this next match, kind of.
Always have a little bit of downtime.
Yeah, always have a little downtime in between. Obviously, teams are going to take a second to recoup, talk about what they needed to improve from the last game, but we'll see how it goes. I'm curious to see, because judging by the fact that Columbia College is number 17, we should see them pull out a bunch of demos on teams. We've seen these top teams, Ole Miss, Northwood, Boise State, Ball State, pull out the demo rotation, and it works really well for them, which is what you should be doing. But we really haven't seen Southern Miss bring that out until they need to. So I'm curious to see how they manage to deal with this Columbia team.
Yeah, absolutely. Right now, we just need to await the teams to make sure the lobby is all set up. And it looks like we are in the lobby, so we do need to just hop on into the game there. So I will be right back. Actually, I'll just take a step over.
Yeah, so excited for this matchup. It should be better. We did see game number 2 was really close. Obviously, the Loyola was able to take that game pretty easily just due to that demo rotation. But this Columbia game will either be one-sided or really, really close, just basing it off of the rankings right now. So
yeah,
we'll just have to end up seeing.
And also, while I was over there, I did see Danger Taco is in the lobby, so he is casting this one with us. Little does he know we are casting this too, but it's good to just have him in the lobby. It's a little bit of a vibe as we have. You can see the names are, or at least the LMU name is incorrect. Obviously, we literally just went straight into it. It will be Columbia College that we are taking on here, and also Southern Miss is on the blue side, and you're going to see Columbia College on that orange side of the screen. Of course, also the thing's not reset. We did not have any downtime, so apologies for that. We will get that fixed as we're going. As you see here, Astro is really patient there, maybe a bit too patient, and we will see if Samba can get anything done. That's a huge touch, and that might be a bit of a mistake. GSKE, I'm sorry, I don't know how to pronounce that one. We'll send it back to Cryptic. has an opportunity to dribble onto the ceiling. Won't go. Melodic just beats whoever that was by a mile. And that will be goal number 2 for Southern Miss.
Man, beats out GSKE. I genuinely thought that was either going to be a 50 out or GSKE, or it was going to crossbar down but not go in. But Melodic proves me wrong, slots it in. And Southern Miss takes an early 2-0 lead. Now already I'm seeing the pace change up from last match. Our Southern Miss players playing really fast, the speed at which they need to be playing, and it is working out really well for them, shutting out this team right now. GSKE, a little bit of a misjump there, but hey, Southern Miss managed to take control. Melodic trying to take a 50. All the Columbia players managed to miss. GSKE beats over one. Zath gets the bump out. Astro gonna take a low 50, hitting it to Zath. Zath 0 boost though. Almost a nice little shot there, but not able to do anything. And Zath is going to hit it over one. That net is basically open.
1v1. Samba does get back. I saw Samba rotating to that back post. Smart rotation, gets the save, but you're still down by 2, and there's only 2:40 on the clock. You need to get something going here if you are Columbia, but Southern Miss is just outpacing you right now. And whatever was going on in that LMU Loyola Marymount series, certainly not happening here. Melodic finds another goal. That's going to be, I believe, 2 for him. Zath going to get credit for the assist. And Southern Miss coming in with some fire here in game number 1.
Yeah, this is what we need to be seeing. They're not pulling out the demos I'm talking about, but their rotation around the field, picking up the big pads, keeping Columbia out of the game boost wise has put them over the top, able to give them these easy open nets. And Columbia College is going to have to try and find anything they can to score this. And they keep taking shot after shot after shot, but there's always a Southern Miss player. There's Cryptic, bumps Melodic out all the way back to their goal. Astro is going to take a low 50. Melodic jumping for it back in the game, takes another 50. Is Zath up for that? Takes a shot. Not really, but we will see. GSKE gets over one. That is a shot on target, and Cryptic will slot that ball in, making it 3-1.
Finally getting on the board there. I thought it was a possibility for a pinch, but not quite. And even so, I just think Cryptic was the tiniest bit faster there. He got up second, I believe, too. So that's a good play from Cryptic. Managed to finally get something on the board for Columbia, but they don't have a ton of time. But if you get passing plays like that, I mean, you might just open up the space way quicker than you realize. As Melodic gets a back touch, it will go straight to Astro. He needs to get this downfield. He is going really slow right now and doesn't really get much out of it, although Zath is in the open space actually, so a bit of a misspeak there from me. Melodic trying to send this one across as Astro on the side wall. Actually, it was Melodic who was trying to catch up to that one. Cryptic has a chance to pop it over one and will not, so Melodic gets the save. Zath sends it away. Now down to a minute remaining, and it should be Southern Miss as they get another one into the back of the net. Maybe a misread from whoever was on the back wall there. I think it was Samba. No, it was that player there, Cryptic.
Cryptic.
Didn't have boost, so not a whole lot that they could do, but regardless, it will now be a 4-1 lead for Southern Miss, looking like they're going to take game number 1, and they have a chance to take game number 2 as well if they play this well.
Yes, and judging by just the power rankings from Collegiate GG, this would in fact be an upset, but I mean, the way Southern Miss is playing right now, I don't think it's upsetting at all.
And these two teams are pretty close in rank. I think it's 5 places, 17th and 21st.
Yeah.
So I think it's 5 places, which I think 5 is actually where it officially becomes considered an upset if you really want to go with rankings and how they work. But regardless, we are still here in game 1. There's still a little bit of Rocket League left to be played, at least in this series. Although this is certainly going to be a game for Southern Miss. They really can't lose it at this point in time, as there's only 15 seconds and you'd need to score 3 just to send it to OT for Columbia. Zath now on the backboard. Is he going to be able to get this one downfield or down into the net. No, Melodic tries to capitalize on that play as well. Will not, but Astro leaving it up for Zath. Now has a chance for a shot from the corner. Ends up sending it mid. Samba just going to get one more touch out there as Cryptic looking to probably change the car there. That is going to be game number 1 to Southern Miss.
Man, you love to see it, and I saw near the end there Zath and Melodic going for those rotation out bump plays, which is amazing to see from our team. They are playing beautifully. I mean, you couldn't ask for more. Now, I don't know how many shots that they had. I know Cryptic did have their goal, but he left the match early, so we can't really see that.
Yeah, I think he's changed. My guess would be to change car. That would be the only thing I would imagine would be why you.
Yeah, he switched.
Yeah, it is. Yeah,
he switched to Fennec.
Yeah, he's at Fennec now. As I believe that's now all 3 players from Columbia and Fennec.
Yeah. Yes. But I can see Cryptic has white Zombas, Samba has white Zombas, and GSKE is running the Cristianos, which unrelated. It's just interesting to see the same. You kind of see the same wheel patterns that
You do.
these people use.
It's pretty often. So the winner of this series will go on to play Northwood in the winner semifinal. And if you are able to win there, you give yourself a really good shot at making Sunday through winners. And you also at least confirm a point, but a single point is not going to help basically anyone in any bracket.
No, not now that we're in Open 4, but
Bump from Astro. I thought there's a chance for Southern Miss to score there, but now it's going to be Cryptic on the other side. Melodic manages to be back for the save. Gets that third man rotation now. Going to get contested by GSKE. Astro on the side wall. Cryptic isn't going to beat Zath, and Southern Miss needs to be careful here. Samba not going to contest the shot any further, but some defensive turmoil from Southern Miss may lead to another possession for Columbia.
Yeah, but I'm Melodic playing these bumps beautifully. We've seen, a little bit of a misplays off of these backboard reads, but so far no goal has been scored on our Southern Miss, just basically due to their defense. What a pinch from Astro and Cryptic, and Zath is going to hit it up. Cryptic there to slot it down. Melodic going to be there. It is rolling kind of middle. Cryptic does have that double touch. GSK hits it up to Astro. Astro hopefully looking to slow this down, and that's almost an open goal. Melodic does not have the dunk. Astro takes a shot, not on target. Cryptic going for the ball. No one able to be there. Melodic zero boost gets the demo on GSKE. I don't know where that demo came from.
I think it was like he flipped, and the second he landed with that flip, he went to supersonic, and that's when the demo came in. It was like the direct second after landing, because like otherwise there's not a chance he could have gotten it.
That's an open net.
Wait, no, Astro's there.
Oh my gosh, what a respawn.
He spawned in perfectly and in the back post. I mean, you can't ask for a better one than that. Melodic trying to get a dribble over GSKE, at least has put it in the midfield, but that's a double commit from Southern Miss. Melodic is still back. He's been playing a lot of third man today, and he really shouldn't have to. He's probably their best offensive player, but has not really had many opportunities to capitalize. And GSKE taking advantage of the panic on the defensive backfield of Southern Miss. You see Zath tries to go for that first one. Melodic gets bumped, and Zath doesn't have the boost to get to the other post. So you'll see Columbia College finally taking a lead here.
Yeah, it was going to happen eventually. Southern Miss was getting boost starved bad. We saw that demo on Astro, left him with nothing because he had to get up on that save, and then he tried to rotate out. But we will see double commits coming off from Southern Miss. This is not what you want to see when you were down 1-0. They're going to need to step up their game here, play this a little bit differently, as they are all zero boost. I mean, nothing. Zath misses the one. Melodic gets it over. Astro thankfully gets a hit out. Zath there, 50'd out by Cryptic. Still, Southern Miss, Melodic, the only one with any boost, is gonna have to play for time, but just hits it straight to Cryptic, and Cryptic almost gets the dunk on Astro. Melodic gonna send it downfield to GSKE. It's just a really confusing 50 game right now from Southern Miss. They're trying to make anything happen, but Columbia College is putting it on them.
We could see a game 3 here as Samba just going to put one lightly towards the net, make sure someone is back for Southern Miss, and that person is going to be Zath. We'll go to Astro. He doesn't have boost, and now he's stuck floating in the air, just barely able to land on the wall. Melodic going to whip. That's something you don't see very often. That's just a misread from Melodic, and that will lead to the second Columbia College goal, but also would have liked to see Astro control the ball there. I've seen it a lot from him today. He is just, it feels like it's an off day for him. He just is struggling to get any control on the ball, even when he has boost.
Yeah, we're seeing Southern Miss just give away the ball, and almost a little bit of a goal there, but there's no real control from our Southern Miss squad right now, as they do make some great passing plays. Samba able to read on the backboard. That's almost an open net. Zath is going to jump and hit it out to Melodic. Melodic just sends it up, trying to buy them time to kind of make these offensive plays, and Astro going for it. And that is a goal for Melodic. 1-2 with 44 seconds remaining. There is still life.
They absolutely can still do this. It's going to come down to the wire, but we'll have to see if they're able to make it happen. Is only down 1, and yeah, they have the opportunity here, especially off kickoff. We've seen Melodic get, I think, a couple kickoff goals today. He's been the main player to look for if you want something to happen in the offense, and there he goes, but it's not going to get the beat, and Zath just going to misread the ball off the wall. That's not the time to be misreading the ball, but you still have Astro on the backside. You know how good he is defensively, and he's going to continue to poke this one away. Astro gets it to Zath. Can Zath send it to Melodic? He can. Can Melodic get there?
Melodic
Bumped.
with the bumps.
That's Zath gonna get that second goal, and with just 17 on the clock, there it is.
Oh my goodness gracious.
I thought Melodic was going for a shot there. I mean, he was probably going for a shot or a bump.
I think he bailed on the last second, because we saw his car go up, and then he bailed on the last second and got the bump on GSKE. Now, GSKE almost had that, but ended up 50ing it straight into Zath's hands, which caused it to be a goal. So it's going to be a really close game, and we can see they are now going for bumps. I mean, you couldn't have asked for a better play right there from Melodic. Is that just that's so close. Almost a goal right there, as it is going to go to GSK. Astro going to try and take control, gets a pinch up. No Southern Miss player there.
Wait, Cryptic just didn't go for the ball there, and Zath almost had an opportunity for a double, but Melodic has the chance to shoot. Gonna send it high, top left, fins. Melodic gonna send Columbia to the losers bracket, and that is an upset right there. They will head on to play Northwood now, and that's what you want to see if you're a fan of Southern Miss.
They came back from an 0-2 loss in 2 minutes.
Yeah.
It took them 2 minutes.
That is a very, very good series from Southern Miss. Game 2 got really sketchy there, though. I saw so many misplays, but ultimately it works out, so it doesn't really matter. But you have to be at least having those types of things in the back of your mind as you continue going through, especially now.
Yeah.
You're facing a Northwood team. We've seen Southern Miss play Northwood before, and it was, I think, was it game 3?
It was game.
Or no, it was one of the best of 5.
It was the best of 5 in the lower bracket.
Yeah, and it was a 3-0.
It was, yes, from Northwood.
Yeah.
But man, you could not have played that last 2 minutes out better if you were Southern Miss.
No.
Did not miss a single net shot that they took in that 2 minute time span.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, just great work from Southern Miss. Especially towards the end of that game, they managed to control the ball. They controlled the time of possession, and that's where they find their wins. And they also allowed Melodic to open up the space in the front of the pitch. And if you can allow him to take creative shots, he is going to be someone that you can rely on to do that. And Astro started taking a step back a little bit. He's still playing upfield.
Yeah.
And that was another problem. Astro was honestly, at the start of the season, doing the exact opposite. He was only playing in that back half. He was a very slow player, and you can have that, but not when both of your teammates are in the other team's net, basically inside of their net. So they're finally finding that balance that really managed to work for all three of them in their rotation.
Yeah, no, 100%. And them pulling off those bump plays, I preach the rotational bump and demo mindset. It worked out beautifully. We saw Melodic go up for that shot and then was like, well, actually, there's probably no way I'm going to be able to score this. So went for the bump on GSKE, which then in turn led to Zath scoring an easy open net.
Yeah, and now we await Northwood in the winners semifinal. Winner of this will guarantee themselves a singular point today.
Yes.
Not the most valuable to literally any team involved in these top four, but we are also, whoever wins this match, I mean, both teams, regardless if you win or lose, you're going to be waiting for a while, but if you win this match, you're still going to be waiting for a good bit. As I see, Ole Miss OC has not been reported just yet. That one might be going all the way to 3, and Davenport Black and Shawnee State might also go to 3, but that one has just started about 8 minutes ago, so that one is probably only in game 1 anyways.
Yeah. So regardless of this output, we will be going to an intermission afterwards. But
Will it be a winners?
Will it be a winners intermission or will it be a lower intermission?
If it's losers, then that will put you all the way in, I believe, the losers semifinal. No, losers quarterfinal, which is about 3 or 4 full rounds away from where anyone is at. So also from what I'm seeing here, there's a chance that Southern Miss could rematch with Loyola Marymount.
Yeah.
In that lower bracket.
Yeah.
But that's also like 2 hours away. So
yeah, we're going to be here for a while.
we'll be here for a little bit.
So
you guys are going to be stuck with us for at least a little bit longer.
Yep. So, after this next match, I'm securing it. Go grab yourself some popcorn, go eat lunch, and then get back, and we probably still won't be in a match.
There's also a few different teams that USM could rematch with. They could also rematch with UVU Black, the team that sent them to lowers in CRL Open 3. That could be an interesting rematch in Open 4.
Revenge story? Question mark?
If Southern Miss could win that would be huge. But of course, if they can just win against Northwood, which do you know how easy it is to say just win against Northwood?
Yeah, just win against Northwood.
Compared to actually playing in that game, that's completely different. That is completely different story. But Southern Miss, I believe, just going to take their time a little bit. They're just kind of getting together. Of course, had a pretty good series against Columbia. Had a very close scare against Loyola Marymount. So maybe want to collect a little bit, get a couple minutes of extra time here to figure everything out, see what they're up against, see what they want to do here against Northwood. But should be able to start momentarily.
Yeah, I sure hope so. I'm so curious to see. And this is the second time we've ever streamed a Northwood versus Southern Miss match. So it'd be interesting. We've been in this position before, just in a best of 5 style, because it was losers finals not last open, 2 opens ago.
Yeah.
So I'm curious to see. It is best of 3, the same thing we've been doing all day. It's going to be an interesting matchup. They can't make as many mistakes in a best of 3.
Absolutely.
You can't just give up a game and be like, it's okay, we got
a couple more. No.
Yeah.
You lose one and you're almost out. So I do want to update a minor upset. I mean, basically similar to what we just saw from Southern Miss. Ole Miss is taking down OC 2-0. Ole Miss ranked 15th, Oklahoma Christian ranked 11th. So basically the same spacing, just one place less. But regardless, that's still an upset. Ole Miss will move over to now await Davenport Black or Shawnee State. We'll see who they end up taking on there. But I'll be real, if Southern Miss can beat Northwood, they can beat any team that comes out of this side of the bracket.
No, 100%. Definitely, if depending on who they meet in finals, if we end up beating this Northwood team, I think they've got it. And with the momentum that they're going into, especially off of that game 2 versus Columbia, man, they looked amazing in those last 2 minutes.
Yeah, I don't know how streaming on Sunday works. That's talking really far ahead here, but I mean, Southern Miss are in a very good spot. If they can beat Northwood, there's, I feel like, a very solid chance they could make it to that championship Sunday. And if they can make it to Sunday, they can make it, they can qualify for playoffs if they win a game or two.
Yeah.
I don't, especially if they send Northwood to losers, then either Northwood or Davenport Black, ideally for them, it would be Davenport Black that doesn't get the points, or doesn't get as many points, because they would have to play Northwood in the losers, likely. So you're talking a lot of points here, especially for a team like Southern Miss who needs every single point they can get. If they can make Sunday, they could actually make playoffs, but they have to, of course, come in clutch here. And if they can win here, then that's where you'll realistically see them make a difference.
Yeah, no, 100%. And even if they lose here and Northwood managed to take that first spot, you're not out of it. They still have a pretty solid chance of making it through losers. They just have to, if we're being realistic and we're going based off predicted scores, they will have to face Davenport in that lower bracket in finals if they end up winning all throughout lowers. But we'll see. It should be interesting. Game should be starting here soon. I assume both teams are checked in.
Yes, both teams have checked in. The match has just been started on Start GG.
Yeah.
So they're probably getting into the lobby, getting ready to rip our next series here against Northwood. We'll have to also await a very long time, though. If whoever loses this series, it's going to be a bit of a waiting period. I am trying to see. I'm kind of blind, I guess. I'm missing on the bracket because I think I put OC in the wrong spot, because I could have swore where OC is at right now in losers is where the loser of this game was supposed to go, but I don't know. I may be I am misreading it. Okay. I was so confused for a second, but if you lose this game, you go down to the losers quarterfinal, which again is slotted to take place at 2:40, and it could get there, but I think it'll be a bit later.
More than likely, it more than likely will be like 30-40 minutes after that time, maybe even an hour. It just depends on how the games go, how fast teams get into matches.
Yeah.
But you never know. You never know what'll happen. We've been here since till 4 before.
Yeah, we've been here until like 4 or 5 o'clock. So
yeah,
we are always here for the long haul. Or at least we always expect to sometimes be here for the long haul until we absolutely need to go.
Yup.
Taking a look at other results within this bracket, I'm not seeing anything that's super different as of yet. The only ones really being Southern Miss beating Columbia and Ole Miss beating OC. I can take a look at some other brackets, see what we're dealing with over there. In bracket 1, I believe that's Concord's poll. It's Concord's poll. They are in the winners semifinal as well. They are awaiting either Stockton or Maryland. Maryland really making a run here today. They haven't really faced anyone too crazy, though. They beat Grand Valley State and Wake Technical College, so they haven't had a crazy run, but we'll see how they fare up with Stockton. I'm seeing Ball State taking on Boise State. That's a very good matchup there. Akron Gold falling to Fisher Navy 2-0. That's an expected result. Fisher Navy, a very strong team as well. We'll see them play either Ball State or Boise State. That could be a very good series. And the winner of that playing likely Concord. So we'll have to be aware of that. One, two, as we are now into the game, is going to be Northwood taking on Southern Miss here. This is going to be your winner's semifinal. Winner will head to the winner's final, and loser will head down to the loser's semi.
Yep. Now we will see the same Northwood roster that they've been running with Hockey, Zanil, and Creams. So it should be an interesting match. We've seen Astro dodge a couple demos, and which is amazing because they are Northwood already starting off strong, going for these demo play. Melodic gonna take a shot on net, unable to get a demo off on Hockey, pinches to the right. I thought that was gonna go to Creams, but didn't end up going, and Melodic just hits it to Creams. Astro trying to get a double off the backboard, does manage to, has no one near him really, trying to take a low 50 straight to Melodic. Melodic, a little bit of a misplay. The bounce was so clutch for Southern Miss. That goes up. Zanil able to read it. Zath, can he get the beat out? Ends up getting bumped out by Creams.
I didn't even think he had the boost for Zath had the boost for that, but apparently he did. Astro down to Melodic, passing play will connect, but not going to go through the back of the net. Zanil going to get the save there. Creams now upfield looking for his teammates. It'll be Melodic though, again sending it to the midfield, giving themselves a chance to recruit once more, but Zanil has something to say about it. Air bump demo, and that will be Zanil starting off the series.
Wow. Astro getting the demo on what I think was Creams and just slotting that ball in. Amazing. What an aerial demo play. Those types of plays will make you so mad, but they are so good, so skillful, because if you don't have a defender there, can't save it.
And as easy as they make those plays look to pull off, it is immensely hard to demo someone while you were still in the air. Like it looks very simple, but when you actually try to ram into a car while you're floating around, it's not an easy mechanic at all. It's Melodic sending it out, actually not going to send it out mid, had Astro right beneath him, now has a chance to shoot Astro with a bump, but it's not a good one, and that's going to cost him as Hockey can send it downfield off the save. Zath though gets a big double over to the side wall. Astro almost getting bumped in net. Northwood are just slamming into these Southern Miss players as Zanil tries to send it back. Hockey going for this touch, not going to get a whole lot out of it. Creams gets a 50.
Astro is 0 boost on defense. I was really worried right there. Any demo on Astro right there probably would have been a goal. Astro still 0 boost. Is that just an open? Just barely. Oh my goodness. Melodic misses. That was a fake out by Hockey, I'm pretty sure, but they almost had the goal again. Cream's gonna be there. Astro hitting it up to Zath. Zath going for a slot down. Astro able to take a shot, but Creams is there, able to make another 50. Creams gets the demo on Melodic, taking him out. A little bit of a whiff there from Astro. Astro gonna need to look for demos. Is that just a slot? It is so close. We see that car control there from Melodic, and again Southern Miss able to score a goal. So many opportunities, and they finally managed to slot one in. Wow.
I mean, Creams with a good save too, but great work from Southern Miss to recognize that they have all the pressure in the world. Eventually the kettle is going to pop, and right there you see it now. 1-1 scoreline with just a minute 40 left in this game. Melodic now not the man you want to see if you're even if you're Northwood. A bump though from behind. I'm not sure who that is, and I don't know what they're doing, but bumping Melodic there, your own teammate. I'm assuming he thought Melodic was going to leave it, but at the same time, I don't know why you would think that, as Zath will send it out to the corner. Melodic doesn't get the touch. Creams not open net, but gets the shot, and it's just barely fast enough. It all comes down to that bump. That's the problem with the double commits. I said it was a double-edged sword, and you see it right there. They had a goal, and Melodic just gets sent to the stratosphere.
Yeah, no, that was unfortunate. I for sure thought they had that. Astro gonna take a shot, almost a beautiful kickoff play there from Southern Miss. Astro trying to go for the bump on Cream. Creams. Now, the demo game is working for them. The goal line is very close. I mean, scoreline looking really good, and they've had so many offensive plays, and we'll see Melodic go up for that, hits it down to Zanil. That's in.
Yeah.
That's in the net.
I was gonna say, yeah, we both saw that. It was there's not a chance. You can't not have someone back, especially that easily. Hockey and Zanil, I believe, are going to capitalize on that every day. I mean, so Creams, but it was the other two involved in the play. You can't just give up all of your backfield like that. You're just going to get scored on every time. As Creams looking for a fourth, but Melodic will control it. Has the opportunity to at least get it downfield, but this is looking like it might just be game number 1 for Northwood.
Yes, and man, that is not something you want to see, especially that second goal or that third goal. Not something you want to see from the side of Southern Miss. It's just a little bit of a misplay there, and Cream's gonna try and read this ball, misses just barely, but Astro making a severe goal line save. Only one to beat. Melodic gets a 50, tries to get another hit on Zanil. Astro unable to make a touch, and that is just another.
It wasn't a goal. It hit the top crossbar, and I actually thought the ball hit the ground first anyways. Like, I thought it was 0 seconds. The ball hit the ground, and then it just hits I don't know. It looked like it hit the ground way earlier than it actually did, but definitely did not. As we await now for game number 2, we will see what Southern Miss does to adjust here.
Yes, we will see that. I need them to pull off more. I say need. It'd be good for them to pull off more of the demo play. Obviously, they're pulling off too many demos, and if you're not actually getting the demo and just getting the bump, it can throw your team off. As you said, Melodic sent to the stratosphere off of that, but
yeah, and there are obviously other opportunities for Southern Miss to score a goal outside of that, but it's just a play you go back in VOD and you just look at it like, dude, what are we doing?
Yeah.
Like, it's just one of those types of plays, and you could see in the chat there in the top left that we are going to wait for Melodic, so we're not going to immediately get into this game, but we will start getting at least keeping players in and out of the field so we can, not drop the lobby.
yeah, I mean, all in all, last game wasn't a terrible match for Southern Miss. Obviously, they had that one unfortunate play, so many shot opportunities that just didn't turn out to be goals, but they have it in them. I mean, it is winnable. We'll just have to see how it ends up working out, how they decide to play the game.
Yeah, and there were not a lot of mistakes, but the mistakes that they did make led almost directly to goals for Northwood, and that's what happens when you play a team like Northwood. You can make the smallest minor mistake, and the ball is just it just appears in the back of your net, and you're like, where did the ball go? What happened?
Yeah.
And you have to just be so careful, and that's kind of what I went on earlier, talking about how aggressive Southern Miss has been today. You can do that, and you can do that effectively. I mean, we've seen really fast teams like Gentlemates specifically jumps out to me. I mean, 3 players that are, I don't think, ever playing defense. I don't think I've seen them play defense more than twice, and they are still just winning games because of how good they are giving the ball to each other, getting the passing lanes open, finding each other on the ceiling, on the floor, on the wall, doing whatever they need. But Southern Miss going for a similar play style. In fact, I saw them watching VOD of my mates, if I remember correctly, from Worlds,
really,
and talking about how they play. So it's probably a very similar style to what we are seeing here, and you can do that. But to do that effectively, your communication needs to be incredible.
No,
you need to both be communicating and be aware of your surroundings. From what I'm seeing, it feels like sometimes these players on Southern Miss are hyper unaware. They're on the exact opposite end, where you're not aware of where your teammates teammates are at, or you are, and you're just not talking of who needs to go for the ball.
Yeah.
Who is passing where is this ball going to go? And something that I've been taught from my previous time at LVC is meaningful touches. It is something I'm seeing be a constant problem here for Southern Miss. Meaningful touches. You get a touch, what is the point?
Yeah.
Where are you going? What do you want to do? What is the goal of your possession? There's a lot of times where I'll see a Southern Miss player get a touch and then they'll just kind of look at the ball and they'll be like, where do I go now?
Yeah.
You need to know way before then. You need to be able to see the ball, know where you want to take it, or at least find one of your teammates to get the ball to so they can do something with it. And that's just a problem that Southern Miss has continued to run into.
Yeah, and which is crazy because, as you said, that offensive play style that they're playing, you know, it works out a lot of the time, but that second that you miscommunicate, especially playing that heavy offensive, and you don't have that rotation that you did, your net's open. And for a team like Northwood, 9 times out of 10, it's a goal.
And we can even go back to that whole discussion we had about Gentlemates. And Gentlemates, they still are just fast. Like, they're players that are all just really fast, to be honest. And that's how they can kind of have that play style. Not that Southern Miss doesn't have fast players. I mean, Melodic specifically, he is that same pace, to be honest. He is nearly identical on his pace compared to the rest of that. So realistically, you just need to all be that way. And the player I look at is Astro. He is just not that speed level. He needs to be playing back further. I've been seeing him all day be in the front line, and it kind of confuses me, but I understand why they're doing it, because then that allows Melodic to have more space off of like 1-2 passes off the rebounds to come in and capitalize, or he's fast enough to get back into the back post. But it doesn't matter when you're going up against a team like this. You don't have that option. You can't just send your fastest guy to the back of the rotation, essentially, and just hope you win.
Yeah, no, 100%. I see what you're saying, and it's like in the middle of that match, whenever we were talking and we see a pass from Zanil to Hockey and no one is back, and immediately both of us were like, that's a goal.
You literally, we saw Hockey jump. Like,
Yeah.
You could just see Hockey jump and you knew that was going in the net. One, just because you know they can make those kinds of shots, but two, because we had just seen 2 Southern Miss players jump into the Northwood net, or not into it, but like basically into it. And the third was sitting on top of the mid boost.
Yep.
Didn't have boost, and we knew you can kind of tell. Like, that's just always going to be in the back of your net.
Yep. So we'll see. Hopefully this second match gets started soon.
Again, a 1-0 lead for Northwood. Game best of 3, so they're looking right down the barrel of another winners final, which is pretty much just expected of them at this point. On the other side, you have Davenport Black taking on Ole Miss. So that's another really good series. That is going to be your number 9 overall team and your number 15 overall team. Number 15 Ole Miss coming off the upset over number 11 Oklahoma Christian. So a lot of mix-ups going on today. And if I could scroll to the other, okay, my phone is frozen, or my Start GG has frozen, not my phone.
What's new?
Yeah, honestly, as I'm trying to look into the other groups, but it's very hard to do when the website doesn't want to load. Taking a look, though, we are going to see Concord still taking on Maryland in the winner semifinal over there, and you're also going to have Ball State taking on Fisher Navy. Ball State ended up winning 2-1 over Boise State, so that is another series that goes the distance. I think Ball State was definitely ranked higher, I think, but either way, probably a very close one. All were 1-0s in the reporting, which, to be honest, that actually could have been the scores.
Yeah.
You never know these days, though. You never know.
Yeah, I mean, very unlikely that those were the scores, but could have been. Those teams are really good. I mean, we faced both Ball State and Boise, so good teams, very, very solid defensive teams too. So maybe not.
So I am now looking into the other groups for just a second here. I am seeing Akron Blue awaiting the winner semifinal. I believe that is Kansas. It is. So they're awaiting the winner of Kansas and BPC, two teams that are, I think BPC is ranked. So I would expect BPC to take that one and head on to play Akron. On the other side of the winners semifinals for Group C or Group 3, you have St. Clair taking on St. Edwards. But we are now in game number 2. It's going to be a wide open net from Northwood. Where is so Melodic gets 50, but I mean, we didn't see the kickoff, so that's kind of why we're confused.
I'm going to assume that Zach took the kickoff and was rotating back.
Yeah.
And Astro missed.
Yeah, or something like that. Or like maybe he missed a demo.
Yeah.
Something like that. But anyways, we have Hockey now dribbling over Astro, over Melodic over Astro. And then it'll be Creams picking up. Zath, though, doing a good job of contesting. Astro got bumped into a little bit of a weird spot. Creams, everyone is awkward. Everyone on the map is awkward as Melodic finally getting a little bit of control as Astro slots it bottom left. Good pass from Melodic off the wall from the ceiling all the way down to the front of Astro's car. That is one that you literally just can't miss.
Yeah, I saw that, and I saw Zanil jump for it. And for a second, I thought that he had it, but he had no boost to work with.
So he just couldn't get that.
He just couldn't get back. But wow, what a shot.
I actually thought that was going to be a bit cleaner of a pass. Creams maybe putting a little too much sauce on that one, as Hockey would have had a good chance to shoot, but it'll go out to their left corner. Zanil going to have to carry it downfield. Not going to get much out of it. Demoed by Astro. Melodic now just holding on to possession. Good work. Ends up getting demoed though, and that's going to give some ball presence for Northwood. Not for very long though. Melodic doing a good job putting that mid. Zath doesn't have the boost, so he'll just let Hockey boom it downfield, and actually Astro was up for that. Thought he was going to leave it for Melodic to get the first touch. Creams dribbles around 1, dribbles around 2, looks for the dribble around the 3rd, but it won't go. Almost gets the 1v3, but it'll have to be Creams looking for that shot. It's a ripper into the top left corner, but it won't be counted as a save because I guess it probably just wasn't actually going to go in the net. Zath off the backboard. Melodic not going to beat Creams. Astro rotating all the way back. Hockey shot. That's a waterfall though. That is not what you want defensively, and Zanil sending it home 2-1 for Northwood.
Man, what a psycho off the sidewall from, I'm pretty sure that was Creams. Did not expect that at all, but Zath was 0 boost, couldn't quite jump up for that ball, which makes sense. What a demo coming off there by Melodic. Melodic jumped for that yet again. Probably should have rotated out as he is now 3rd man, but we see Zath going up for it. Zanil missing it. Is that just a solo play? Barely can Astro get there. Saved out by Creams. Man, oh man. Melodic and Zath trying to go for a pinch, unable to make anything happen. That is just down to Zanil, which Melodic will take control. Is that just an open Astro able to get there? Melodic hits it over 1. Astro trying to make anything happen, cannot get the bump, and Zanil up for that. Astro almost able to hit it down. Hockey demoing Zath off the ball, and we see Zanil going for a bump, gets the bump on Melodic, but Astro able to kind of hit it out, and Astro's just gonna take control here, goes for a pinch. Probably that's not what I expected him to do, but but maybe he had something in mind. We'll see Hockey take a touchdown to Creams, and that is just a shot. Melodic manages to make the read. We do see Northwood is kind of boost starved here, but Southern Miss is unable to make anything really happen.
Yeah, finally, you will see Creams at least get some possession out for Northwood. They've been doing a good job of holding the ball, especially since they've gotten their 2-1 lead, but it's only a 1-goal lead, and you can see it dissipate right there.
It doesn't matter.
Now 2-2. And Southern Miss finally breaking through the defensive Northwood, and you're going to see Zanil just overshooting a little bit. Creams maybe rotating out a bit too quickly, doesn't go to that back post, and ends up costing them. Probably thought he had a touch as well, but does not get that either way. Astro, though, has to be back in the corner, is there, but Melodic is too. Melodic is just flying in front. That's a bit scary. If that would have gotten over Zath, it just would have been in the back of the net.
Yeah, it sort of seems to me as if Melodic wants so bad to make this his game. I mean, he's been the playmaker this entire time, able to send these passes down to his teammates and letting them get score, which is what we like to see from Melodic. He is playing incredibly fast and going for all of these crazy plays. That is so close to being a goal. Cream's unable to get that secondary touch. Is that in? Saved by Zath. Beautiful plays. Melodic going to go for it. That is another shot. Melodic is going to hit it out. That is a shot down. I don't even know what happened. Let's see.
I think Astro got bumped there.
Melodic.
I mean,
yeah, Melodic got bumped.
oh, okay, Melodic got bumped.
Man, that's not what you want to see.
No, but that just shows you how you have to play the game at this level of Rocket League. It is a bump demo game, and that's something Southern Miss has always struggled with. They are not a very bump-heavy team. With just 30 seconds on the clock, they're not going to have a lot of time to get back into this game, although they only need 1 goal just to get themselves to OT. Of course, OT is going to be much easier said than done to win.
Yeah.
3 players stacked in the corner, and this is not what you want. Hockey with a double. Is that going to go? It almost is a pass to the back door, but that door will be locked shut for now. Doesn't matter, though. You're still down by a goal, and Northwood has all the pressure, has all the ball control, but will Melodic at least be able to get something? He gets the boost and has a chance. Does at least get it up to Astro. Zath now looking to shoot. Has the backboard.
He's going to slot
Melodic
it.
is there, but
Yeah,
look
he's
at that
slotting it
out
down.
from, I believe that was Hockey.
That was
Hockey will close out that one for Northwood. 3-2. They'll head on to your winners final for the probably no, because they didn't make it in CRL 3. So for the third of 4 times, they are heading to your winners final.
Yes. Now, that is not a game to be mad about.
No, that was very, very close with like the top one of the top 3
One of the
teams in
top
all
3
of the
teams.
Yeah, realistically the number 1 team, but I know Concord has really been showing out, and so has
Maryville.
Maryville. Yeah, Maryville has also been showing out.
Yeah, not a game you can be mad at. Obviously, you have those tiny mistakes that cost you goals, but all in all, beautiful games from both teams.
Yeah, a very close one, but now that will send Southern Miss all the way to the losers quarterfinal. So there are
A ton of matches that have to take place.
6 more games that have to take place before Southern Miss will play. So we might just end stream and then turn it back on, or do we just? We'll throw 45 on the timer, and if there's still if we're still waiting after that, then we'll look at what our options are. But that's going to be it for right now. We will catch you guys back in roughly 45 minutes to see the updated side of the bracket. We'll also put the bracket on screen so you guys can see it. But we'll be back in a little while when we're ready to start the winners semifinal, or sorry, the winners quarterfinal with Southern Miss. And as you saw there, we finally have another game as we waited. I think it was like an hour and a half or so to get to this point, but we are going to have Southern Miss taking on Oklahoma Christian. You saw they just 2-0'd Shawnee State there pretty comfortably. Game one, I think it was 2-0.
Yeah, it was
3-0, 3-1,
3-0, something like that.
And then there in game two, a little close towards the end. I mean, we got ads for literally the one part that was actually important. And then we got to see the end of the game where Oklahoma Christian just throws another one in the back. And that's GG's, call it a day. We'll see you next semester, Shawnee State.
Yup, and that's crazy that they won that. I don't know what to say. I mean, they just played better fundamental Rocket League, passing plays there, good rotations, boost starving. The other Shawnee State, it's just, it's how the game plays out. So
Yeah.
we'll see how this next one goes. Should be pretty fun, but want to update us on the bracket a little bit.
Yeah, so I actually don't have it sitting in front of me right now, but from what I remember, we have Ole Miss on the other side, likely going to be the one to go out into the losers semifinal there. The losers semifinal will be between the winner of this game and the winner of Ole Miss and whoever they're going to end up playing.
Columbia.
I think it was Columbia, yeah. And the winner of those two will play the winner of what we're going to see here in just a second with Southern Miss and OC. And the winner of that game will go on to play Davenport Black in the losers final, which that losers final will determine the last spot for Sunday, at least here in Pool 2. In the other pools, I remember seeing Concord ended up taking the winner's slot from Group 1. Group 3, I don't really remember off the top of my head.
I don't remember.
I think it was, I don't remember even seeing Maryville, or Maryville was Group 4.
4, yeah, Maryville was 4.
Maryville quad through Group 4, and then I don't remember Group 3.
Wasn't 3 Ball State Boise?
I think so. Yeah, I think they're. Oh yeah, I haven't checked on them since, so I don't know who actually made it through winners for them.
Yeah,
because they were not in the winners final at the time when I looked, and it's been it's been like an hour since I've looked, so I don't really have that in front of me.
yeah. But that is not the pool we are playing in. We are in the pool
We are here
2.
for Pool 2.
So we have a couple more matches to go until we are able to secure today.
And I think Southern Miss is going to need to lock in here. They are coming off not only a very long break, but off of a weird series. Again, I mean, they played Northwood there, but before that, the series with, I think it was Loyola Marymount, was a bit weird. I don't know what happened there. And like, even with the Northwood series, they're making very small mistakes that will cost them against these higher level teams. I don't know how much Oklahoma Christian is going to exploit, like how we saw with Northwood.
Yeah.
But likely they're going to have a very similar situation there with the offensive pressure. Southern Miss has been playing very, very fast today, and it's not bad. The problem that has arisen, though, at least when you play against a team like Northwood or even against Columbia, a little bit it happened, is you get pushed up so far forward that you kind of forget your own net. You need to be defending your own net still, and that last player back will be pushed past midfield, and that ends up opening up a big passing lane for a team like Northwood, and what we'll likely see here from Oklahoma Christian as well.
Yeah, and I'm excited to see, Northwood really didn't pull out as many bumps as I thought they were going to, especially on a team like Southern Miss, who is so vulnerable to the bump demo mentality. But we'll see how it goes. OC is definitely going to have to pull out some of that against Southern Miss if they want a chance at winning this, because our Southern Miss offense, as much as they do need that rotational, that third man getting back real fast, it has been crucial and amazing from what we've seen today whenever it has worked out for them.
Yeah, exactly. I think Southern Miss is currently like finishing up a ranked game. I know they played a few comps before because they wanted to warm back up.
Yeah.
I can go check in on that in a second here and make sure, but I believe they're still finishing up like a comp game, so it might be a couple minutes before we actually get into the series here.
Yeah. I do know that they VOD reviewed a little bit both of the Columbia game and the Northwood game. But yeah, it's just gonna be a minute for them. So we'll see how it rolls out. They should be good. I'm curious to see the bump demo mentality. It should be fun. It should be nice. It's gonna have to end up being where they go. We've seen them pull out the bump demos and these aerial passing plays that have been very good, very crucial. Melodic in that Northwood game played a very fast man pace. It worked out really well for them. They were able to open up many opportunities for them to score, which really was crucial, especially in that first game whenever they wanted to try and tie up the match. And in that second game, obviously a little odd on the rotation, as we mentioned, but it should be good, should be nice. Now we want to see Astro play more of that defensive role that we usually see him playing. It's nice for Astro to play that attacking role, but whenever he gets in that kind of that normal threes rotation mindset where you can go attack, you don't have to just play that defensive role, which is what we've seen Astro been doing, playing a little faster, a little more attacking. It works out really well for him, and I'm curious to see how they manage to do. Just having a little tech diff. We had to switch out our production staff, so we're just waiting to get in on the game. I'm pretty sure they're still in a ranked match. It shouldn't be too bad. Shouldn't be too long. Ranked matches last normal match of the game, and we are in 4 minutes and 30 seconds. And Southern Miss on an early offensive attack. That hits it up for Astro. Astro not there, but managed to get a 50 in there. We'll see Melodic going up for it again. Zath is going to go up for a bump demo play, misses it. Astro also misses the shot, unable to get there. Melodic going for a 50 on G-Man. G-Man 100 boost, almost hits it right over Zath. Zath able to kind of bang it over. A pass down to North, and wow, what a goal.
Great teamwork there from Oklahoma Christian, basically identical to what we were just seeing a little bit ago when they played Shawnee State. Astro in the back there, I'm going to call that a misread. He had no boost, so I'm kind of surprised to not see him just waiting back post, but he may have read that it was going faster than it actually was and just overshot it.
Yeah, now we saw both Zath and Astro jump right there. I don't really believe that Zath should have jumped for that. He was in an awkward position. He should have rotated back.
He was already behind the ball, I believe, too. So
yeah, I thought that Khaled had that ball in the net. Did not. Also, it feels so weird saying Khaled has the ball in Rocket League.
yeah,
I mean, we were watching the series earlier, and you were saying, why is his name DJ Khaled? But I mean, that's just the way he decided to name himself. But we'll see Melodic going up for the ball here. Almost managed to take a double
touch there.
No, I thought he was going to have one, but Southern Miss is 0. I'm sorry.
There's a lot of zero boost plays going down, as it looks like Southern Miss has managed to get it downfield, almost an opportunity for Melodic to get a goal, but it'll have to be Astro carrying it through. Looks like he had the dribble, but gets bumped away. Zath now trying to get possession, won't get that possession. Now G-Man over to the midfield. Zath is on the backboard waiting for Khaled, and it will be just a little too long of a wait. Astro, I believe, gets demoed as well. Actually, he gets a trade. I'm not sure where the trade came in. Where did the trade come in at?
It was after.
Oh, it was after.
Yeah, it was
okay,
after the
okay.
fact.
So it didn't matter.
But more than likely, just a little bit of a miscommunication there. I don't think Zath really called out that he had zero boost to work with. That realistically should have been Astro's ball. ball, but it's okay. Southern Miss now going to go on this offensive attack again, jumping up for North. Gets a nice little dunk, but DJ Khaled in the back foot, able to make that read. G-Man's going to slot it.
Direct.
Oh,
I don't know if he didn't even get a touch. So that's actually just a shot from G-Man.
no.
But that would have been probably a goal. It would have been going much faster, even though it was already kind of ripping.
Yeah, no, that definitely would have been a goal. If we did see that Northwood match, it probably would have been faster than that just due to Rocket League mechanics and physics. But we will see a shot on ground. Catlett there to make the save. Melodic takes another shot, saved out by G-Man. Astro goes up to try and launch this middle. Zath there.
It's a good touch defensively, and DJ Khaled getting another little touch, and that's perfect as it'll force Astro into a defensive touch, and he doesn't have enough on it to put it to the backboard. He would have had to have flicked up, I believe.
He didn't have to touch it.
Actually, yeah, that was
didn't
not
have
on
to
target
touch
like I
it.
thought it was. He just gets a bad touch, and it goes straight into the back of his net. OC now with a 3-0 lead, 128 left, and this is looking like it'll be OC game one. Zath at least gets a block there, but Astro is making an attempt at a defensive possession, but I'm really confused. The second touch there, the first touch is arguably fine, but that second touch is just, I understand the idea, I think, putting it mid for Melodic, but you see he has no boost, so it's not an ideal play.
Yeah, I don't think he had to make the touch in the first place. He could have just left it.
I agree.
But I have no idea.
Now 4-0, and this is, I think that's certainly at this point
Oh,
game one. I mean,
no.
we've called games earlier than that, and it would be like 2-0.
Yeah.
So I think it's safe to say we are probably seeing an Oklahoma Christian game one victory as G-Man now trying to at least take time off the board here for Oklahoma Christian. They want to get to game two. Shot ripped from Melodic, not going to go. Will get saved by North as it's another shot from Astro. Crossbar down. It does at least find its way in. But with 40 seconds left, they're going to need 3 more to put it to a draw and make it evened on up. And that's just a good shot from Astro. DJ Cowden attempts to go for the first part where it drops down, and it ends up hitting the crossbar a second time and going in.
Yeah, no, probably not going to do much to change the outcome of this first match, but it should, in fact, give them a nice little boost into the second match as DJ Khaled is going to
Wide open net.
just
Puts another one through just for good measure. Now, it won't really matter. And also, it's because I'm on Epic Games. I was like, I saw on the other stream, I mean, you guys saw it too. DJ Khaled had like an actual profile picture, but it's because I'm on Epic Games.
Yeah, you're on Epic.
Yeah, and
that
he's
was
on Steam probably. So that's unfortunate though. I do love seeing Steam profile pictures. Some of them are so wacky. Like, I mean, mine is too, but some of them are just so wacky. I love it.
Yeah, I'm not dumb enough to buy a Steam profile. Not that.
I didn't buy one. I just you can just use any image.
Yeah, I know, but like buying, because Rocket League is no longer sold on Steam,
Oh yeah.
so you had to buy an account.
Yeah.
So it's like,
or if you had one before, but like I know, I'm assuming neither of us had. Well, obviously I didn't, but
No.
I don't think you would.
I did not. I wasn't even
Yes.
old enough. I played, my first time playing Rocket League was on an Xbox when I was like 12.
Yeah, similar for me. I think the only difference was like I may have been like a couple years younger or older. I don't really remember.
Yeah.
I was still in middle school though. Game one there to Oklahoma Christian. I mean, just look at the shot count. 12 for OC, 10 for Southern Miss. So relatively even, but look at that save category too. You're going to have 9 for OC and just 5 for Southern Miss. That's really where you're seeing the difference. Also, the assists, 3 of them from G-Man. Great work from him. He even gets a goal to his name too. Look at, I mean, that's just participation in every front. 1 goal, 3 assists, 4 saves, 3 shots. Good stuff there. Looking at the rest of the stats here, you're going to see Melodic 5 shots on target, able to get an assist at least. You're also seeing 4 saves from Zath. I've noticed he's playing a lot, I don't want to say safer, but he's playing a lot more defense than what you would typically see out of Zath.
Yeah.
I know he's a very good offensive player. Like him and Melodic have a decent tandem in the front line, but we've been seeing them at least today kind of switch up the dynamic a little bit, and it's been working against a lot of teams. It's just the main issue we've run into is double commits and really random plays that like will just not make sense, if you know what I mean.
Yeah, no, 100%. And they are playing a lot slower than I would like them to be, but we also have seen them do some weird some interesting back passes that have led to goals, but we'll see what ends up happening here as Southern Miss is on the offensive. We have Zath Melodic now going up for the ball, trying to hit it anywhere near their players, but we'll see G-Man now has control of the ball, hits it over one, going for a demo bump play on Zath, gets it over. That's almost an open net. We will see Astro going for that ball, doesn't end up getting anywhere near it. Melodic will now jump. Zath jumps.
Wait, there's a different player in. Oh wait, our overlay is still reading it. So someone changed their name mid-game, I guess. I don't know what person is in for. I think it is North. No. Okay, the DJ Cowd has again changed his name. This is the third time today he's changed his name. It is now what person? So if you see that name, it is DJ Cowd, same person.
That's not legal.
As far as I can tell, if I remember correctly. But you're going to see there, I believe that is going to be Astro upfield, or no, sorry, that's Zath upfield. That is Astro on your screen. Gets at least one touch now. Southern Miss are starting to come together. They look a lot more collected. They're making better plays, but you just watched two of their players just slam into the front of the net, or the back of the net. Astro gets credit for a shot. Not going to go. Zath now upfield, has it off the backboard. Is there anyone there? The only player there, I believe, is one of the Oklahoma Christian defenders. Melodic now upfield. Astro sends it to the mid. Is there anyone around? No, there is a chance, but Astro managing to get back. Good defensive save as another one going to rip through, pass, shot, goal. That is going to be DJ Khaled spinning it on over to G-Man, and that will be a goal for Oklahoma Christian.
Man, as I said, Oklahoma Christian making these demo plays, taking out those Southern Miss defenders, and their offense just isn't up to par. They're just throwing the ball away. It's interesting to see the change in play style, and then we'll see like the whiffs off the sidewall that Zath is throwing. It's just I don't know. That's just an open net.
I don't know. I'm not sure who was supposed to be the third in rotation there. Yeah, okay. I see it's the same card and everything. So you see what person down there. Don't worry about the names. Just look at the names at the top left, or near the top left corner. Those are the names of the players that they are registered as and what they were when the lobby was opened. It's just been changed after game one for one reason or another. As you see, there's Astro taking a shot. Now going to go back, though. You have G-Man trying to get it downfield. It's stuck in the mid for the moment. Now sent back down to that blue half. You're down two if you're Southern Miss. You still have a lot of time to get back on this one, but you have to be aware time is not your friend in this case, especially when you're down one in the series. Your CRL fall season could be over right here, right now, if you're not careful. North looking for the redirect, not going to get it. Now we left for G-Man. DJ Khaled just going to the corner, going for bumps. Has the opportunity to get a possession there. Look at that demo chase from, I believe that was Zath, as again down into the orange side of the field. You're going to see G-Man all the way up off into the side wall. Oklahoma Christian just looking to continually pass it between each other. They're not really finding that 1, 2, 3. It's getting to the second and not getting to that third level. And once they can find that third level, they'll likely put another one through.
Yeah, I mean,
Southern Miss, though, doing a good job defending.
Very good job defending. However, it doesn't matter due to the fact that they are down 2 goals. And this is game number 2. If they lose this, then that is the end of their CRL fall 2024 season. So they're going to have to pull something out of their hat. They have a minute and 15, but Oklahoma Christian looking really good right now as Astro misses the double touch. Melodic going up for another one. And is that a slot down off the right post? Southern Miss looking for anything to happen. All of Oklahoma Christian boost starved out of their mind, as I'm pretty sure that's G-Man is going to go up for a low 50 on Zath. Melodic hits it forward, unable to get another touch. What person shoots it? Zath able to get there, trying to just push it forward. My bad, that was Astro.
And that shot from Zath is one they absolutely needed. That net was purely open for business, like they're open 9 to 5 every single day of the week. It's not like a Chick-fil-A on a Sunday. So, I mean, that would have been at least one on the board, and now you have basically, I don't want to say no chance, but you have such a small chance of winning at this point in time, and that will likely do it right there. That was a big clear for Oklahoma Christian to close out the series, and you still would have needed to score another if you were Southern Miss, but that still would have been monumental. As you'll see now with zeros on the board, it will be another game victory for Oklahoma Christian. They will send Southern Miss out of CRL for the fall. That is a 2-0 victory for Oklahoma Christian. They will move on, and I don't know if their series is determined for what's next in that round, but I can quickly take a look.
Man, I'd just like to say I'm disappointed. I mean, there's no way to sugarcoat it.
I think they had the right ideas coming in, but maybe not the right mindset.
It's the
coming in.
yeah.
That's a series they definitely could have competed, and they competed. They competed. I mean, by the definition of the word compete, they competed in the series, but they definitely had a lot of opportunities to at least make that not only closer, but even maybe take a game from Oklahoma Christian there.
Yeah. Now they definitely were playing slower. We saw them whiff balls that they shouldn't have whiffed. I mean, just straight up, they shouldn't have missed it. It was some miscommunications. Maybe the comms weren't working, but I mean, coming off of how they played Northwood, and of course that was kind of a long wait, like an hour and 30-minute wait. But still, I mean, coming off the way you played on Northwood, taking that much needed break, they VOD reviewed a little bit. We're working on some stuff, but it's like they slowed down tremendously, and something you don't want to see is playing to the speed of your opponent.
Yeah.
You should always play to your own speed.
Yeah, I mean, just a tough break for them too. So I'm looking at it. Ole Miss Columbia College is the series that we will see Oklahoma Christian wait upon, and the winner of that will go on to play them. And the winner of the series there will go on to play Davenport Black for the final spot in this pool for Monday for Championship Sunday. Monday is NACE Rocket League. We need to be there for that.
Yep.
But that is going to do it for us today. That is going to do it for us for this weekend. We will catch you guys back here though on Monday. We have a doubleheader for Rocket League Varsity Plus. We will not see Coca-Cola on Monday. They will not have a match. They don't play until the 11th of November, and it's currently the 2nd. So I think it's like next weekend. I think it's actually the Monday after, and then that's when you guys also start playoffs. So
yes,
we will see 2 Rocket League matches, hopefully 2 Rocket League matches on Monday, and then we'll have our standard week for the rest of the week as we look to close out the regular season. As NACE coming to the end, ECAC having their final week of regular season next week, and I believe that's it. I keep wanting to say NECC. We don't play in NECC this year. So that is it though for us today. Thank you all for watching. Go follow us on social media at Southern Miss Esports on all of those platforms you see there below. Also go hit follow below here on Twitch. It always helps all of us out here at Southern Miss. And also on Twitter, it is going to be at USM Esports. It's the only difference between the rest of them. But those other platforms you can see at Southern Miss Esports, that will will work for all 4 of those platforms.
Yep.
But thank you guys all for joining. That is going to do it for us this weekend. We will catch you guys back here on Monday for more Rocket League.
Yep. And as always, Southern Miss.
To the top.